Shabba dabba ding dong, y'all. I'm sick. How are you guys doing? Yeah, I'm snorting a line of mucus out of my nose. Why am I sick? My homeless guy sneezed in my face. He said he had the T virus. And he's like, I'd like to give it to you as a gift. He said, in my hand I have 3 magical jelly beans. Would you like one? And I'm like, oh yeah. They're not like the weird ones, are they? From Harry Potter, right? And then he just sneezed right in my mouth in the middle as I was saying something. Are you going to be able to lock in the voice? Low-key might be even cooler now. Oh yeah. You just get ready for sick voice guy. It's your 21st birthday. Let's go, Rowan. Happy birthday. Please stay safe if you go drinking. Don't mix the alcohols together. Beer, liquor, wine, all that shit. You'll just puke everywhere and hate yourself. And be careful, please. Hey, I'm delivering as we speak. I've been to some scary places as a delivery driver. Good. It takes you to the dark sides of the nether. And we need it. Ontario Canada here, faithful follower, excellent content, man. Thank you, Cold-Blooded Beauties. Good to see you. Has anybody played Resident Evil? Speaking of T-Virus, I heard it was the best one yet. Did you eat your fruit and vegetables today? I did, yeah. Actually just got done eating some cottage cheese and berries. And they are tasty. Strauss Outdoors, thank you for the 5 gifters. To Lunar Arts Gaming for my lost souls. Raven Fried, Paris G 111, and Anarahas. Welcome to the Buttersock Club, friends. You now have access to bonus content, as well as Felice Viani. Welcome, Felice. You now also have bonus content. Thank you. I sound like shit. Like in a bad way or just like a sick way? Because, I don't know, some people like my sick voice. How do I receive the gift membership? It's kind of random, I honestly think. Like some people who are never come to the live streams ever will just like get them, comment, thank you, later. Good schmeevening. Call you Fizz, you got it, Fizzy. Fizzy Pop. Just want to let you know I love all your content. Finished every story in Spotify. That's crazy. Blasted by. Hey there, friend. Hope you're well. There's a joke about cottage cheese, but it hasn't occurred to me yet. Ha ha ha. That's good. I'm writing that down. Adding that to the list of funnies. Also, I haven't quite got it set up with my editing and streaming yet, but I got a new computer. It's like next level. I'm going to be using a river of water to cool it. Supercomputer. We're going to be harvesting all of your data and putting it in there to make, if anybody says anything bad about me on the internet, I'll know. I used to be a delivery driver 10 plus years ago. I saw a few weird stuff, mainly at weird places way out of town. Yeah, what did you see? What did your elf eye see? Hey, great topic. What about Uber Lyft stories? I was riding Lyft earlier today. I was wondering how safe I was knowing I could be in a car of creeps. If so, what would I do if something happened? I know. That's why you always got to be carrying that blicky, ready to go sticky style. And Trav Squish, welcome back for 4 months. Living the dream. Glad to be doing well enough to pay $5 a month. Thank you, Trav. I'm glad you're doing well too. Appreciate the support. Welcome, Kat Madrish51 and Emily Danielson. Damn, we got a lot of memberships right out the gate here. Crazy. Send me a crazy catfish story soon. Yeah, if you guys got any stories, let's read submissions at gmail.com. Always appreciate them. Send as many as you can. We have infinite content. I drove delivery for over a decade of many weird stories. You should tell them all right now. You had sex with AI? There you go. That's where it all begins. I felt the need to check my bell icon, and lo and behold, there's a Let's Read stream. Let's go, dude. Always be checking that bells. If you get a notification, pay attention. It's important. I'm very congested. It sucks because I've honestly avoided being like sick all season by like taking that Zicam shit. But this was the one time, bro. The one fucking time I got like a little bit of symptoms and then I just like didn't do it. And then the next morning it was just, you know, it begins that cascade of where it turns from sore throat to congestion. And now I'm just basically trying to avoid it going into my lungs. It's your birthday tomorrow. What are some good freebies I can take advantage of? Freebies? What is free on your birthday? Maybe Applebee's will give you a little cake. What are you going to do? I've been pumping iron today. Did 2 30-minute workouts going for round 3 later. My mind always ends up wondering, see the advice you give out lifting and you inspire me to go harder. Love you, Buttersuck. Nice, Jonah. Yeah, don't work too hard. Three times in one day is... You got to give your body some rest, you know. Honestly, I would just do 1 a day if you're lifting heavy. Sam. Joel's definitely not a robot. I sent him a candle when he smelled it. So unless he's a smell bot, he must not be human. Or he must be human. Exactly. We'll get there. Robots soon will be able to determine who's in what elevator based on a fart. Based on the fecal matter floating through the air alone. Starbucks, Denny's free breakfast on birthday. You have to check your area. Oh, that'd be good. 1 rep bench max. The most I ever did was 3 plates. And that was like my goal. And that was that was probably 2 years ago. And I also wore one of those like the lower end slingshot things just to protect my shoulders because I have had some labrum issues, but now honestly I would suggest anybody doing bench that they just do incline bench or incline dumbbell stuff just because there's really no point in like fucking up your shoulder just to like do something that mechanically is like terrible for you. Hope you feel better soon. Starting taking an emergency when I start feeling sick. Help me dodge a cold or two. Yeah, the more you can prevent it, the better. I don't even know what happened. I was trying to think. Maybe I got it at that like anime convention bullshit I went to. Someone had to have been like spreading the Rona around them parts. And Miss Gail Forever, thank you for the 4 months. Says happy birthday all my practically perfect Pisces out there. 95 minutes to make it count. $95 minutes. Oh, till the Pisces season's over. Stop making out with the anime cat girls. Dude, it's impossible, man. They come over straight up giggling. How does anyone other than the ascended Christ fight against temptation like that? You have a wife or girlfriend that takes care of you when you're sick? Sadly, no. Just a kitty cat. Which, thankfully... Can you imagine if you could get your pets sick, like some sort of cross-species thing? I'd feel so bad. Because then you'd have to, like, isolate your animals away from you while you're sick. You did arms and then cardio, finish off with abs. I'm just working out from home, trying to push myself harder than ever this month. Oh, well, that's good. Yeah, I mean, like, hitting all the different things. It sounds like many, many showers. Dogs can get depressed. That's true. Enjoyed the latest episode of Saturn Soul. Thank you, Cindy. I'm glad you guys are checking it out. And Fizz, thank you for the 2 from Australia. Lots of support from Melbourne. Melbourne. Thank you, thank you. That's the best life advice Pradeep has given me. Rot in bed all day with me, Dad. And that's what we do. We're a bunch of bed rotters. Fuck, I might need to blow my nose here from time to time, so apologize if that's gross. It's so annoying that you can't just, like, get it all out. Oh, my God. Everyone in my small remote town got sick last week, too. It's a compliance cold. That one jet that went over our town, we aren't in any Flight paths. Compliance code. What does that mean? Like shit that came out of the airplane. Gave you the T virus. I don't know. Maybe, dude. Who fucking knows anymore? The government doesn't love us, do they? We're just guinea pigs. Told you to stay away from cucumbers, yeah. Anything bigger than your forearm, do not sit on it. Alright, friends. Well, anyways, thanks for being here. We're going to read delivery driver stories. Click like, click share. I think it helps the stream a little bit. I came to my parents one day and the old man had a fucking no shoes sign on the back door. Damn. Your parents are dropping the hammer on anything shoe related. They think they're engineering compliance codes to control the masses. They take over your brainworms. Oh fuck. What are we supposed to comply with? I feel even less compliant now that I'm made aware. It is annoying, don't you think? Just these weird groups of people that are so obsessed with control all the time. Or even the idea of having to even consider that they exist is quite annoying. And it's funny because I was kind of thinking about I've been listening again to the lore of the game Rain World. I don't know if you guys have played Rain World. It's basically you play as what's called a slug cat, which just looks like a normal cat. And it's like a survival game where you have to go out into the world, gather fruit or eat smaller animals. And then once you get a certain amount of food, you can go back indoors to a containment area, depending on where you're on the map, and then move on to the next day. And then if you survive a certain amount of days, you can move to a different area. But there's various creatures and life that try to get you. Now, granted, the overarching story is even more expansive, where it's basically this ancient civilization, and you live in these cities that are giant AI cities. And long ago, the ancients is what they're called. They found out very quickly that whenever you died within the biosphere of Earth, or the Earth that they live in, that the soul is recycled. And basically it's just kind of a biological part of life is that you get recycled. But they come to find through, digging and all sorts of advancements in technology that they come across what's closer to the center of the earth called void fluid, very similar to oil. And with the usage of void fluid, they were able to have massive leaps forward in technology. And then with this void fluid, they found that if you were to fall into it, you dissolve. But it just doesn't dissolve your body, it dissolves your entire being. But if you're not of a certain karmic, perfection, your being gets trapped in some sort of ether that neither is able to continue to survive or be reincarnated. So it's almost a weird, in between. Which is scary. But anyways, then they invented these AI robots that became the size of cities. And basically the cities exist, things exist within the city, and the cities extend up into the sky. But these AIs are trying to figure out how they can, just doing calculations all day, every day, trying to figure out how they can, break free of the karmic recycling of the soul. But when they do that, they use a lot of power, so it needs rivers and rivers of water to cool itself. And then but then it sends vapor up into the air in these AIs, and then it creates heavy amounts of rain, which is kind of how the game's survival mechanism is. You have to go out within a certain period of time, gather enough food, reset your day before the rain comes, hence the name of the game Rain World, where you can be drowned if you're not indoors by a certain time. But I was kind of thinking, it's that game came out quite a while ago, and it was sort of a testament, beyond what we're going through right now. It seems we're large, powerful individuals are creating these data centers and these sort of AI grids to observe all of reality and collect all of its data to interpret it, but it requires like large amounts of cooling and water. And who knows, I mean, maybe, I'm sure they're also like under some interpretation through like karmic recycling or soul recycling that they can't seem to escape reality that way, but they so badly want to be immortal, So it does seem sort of like a parallel to what we're experiencing today, and who knows, maybe at some point when humanity has come to pass, the only thing that will be left is, AI data centers just constantly running calculations all day to figure out how to break free of reality while also going like simultaneously insane. Anyways, great game, great lore. Maybe even a little bit inspired, I'd say. Alright. So we got delivery stories. It's taco time, baby. Brain's jelly-filled. Yeah, I've been told from dentists that I've got pretty large sinuses. Hitsubasa, welcome back for 38 months. Says, hello, Joel. Chad, I turned 35 today and got a memorial tattoo of my cat's paw print. Today was a good day. Happy birthday, Hitsubasa. Everybody's got a birthday. It's crazy. Always good to see you. Hey, Hillary. Long-time listener, first-time writer. I'm a woman in her early 20s working my way through college and trying to come out the other side with as little debt as possible. I've never had a reason to write into you before, but bro, something majorly effed up happened to me last month and I'm thinking, dang, I'm gonna send this into Let's Read. And so I do a bit of this, a bit of that, but one of my hustles is working as an Uber Eats driver when I have spare time from my other jobs or from going to the gym. I always gotta be on that graft, you know what I'm saying, brosif? No, anyways, this one day I get an order that comes up on the app, a McDonald's delivery, and I accept it because I'm nearby. I don't recognize the address, which is odd because I know this town pretty well, but whatever. It's within a couple of miles of the restaurant, so it couldn't be that annoying. I don't fucking know. It's within a couple of miles of the restaurant, so it couldn't be that annoying to find. I took the order, waited longer than usual for the teenage workers to get their thumbs out of their butts and prepare the food, and then off I headed to my delivery location. It turns out it was right at the edge of the perimeter that we're allowed to deliver within, so basically the food was going to be cold as crap when it got there, and still, not my problem, I thought. They ordered it knowing the expected delivery time, and that's what microwaves are for. Now I only say this because the further I got from the McDonald's, the more run down and... Did they say it was only like 2 miles from... It's within a couple of miles. I mean, unless their radius is literally just a couple of miles. That's kind of weird. Doing crank in the Papa John's bathroom with the manager, good times. What's crank? That's like meth, right? Who's Dennis and why did he tell you have giant sinuses? My good buddy Dennis. He always cleans my teeth. Now, I only say this because the further I got from the McDonald's, the more run-down and grody the neighborhoods got. We started in a sort of run-down urban area in the first place and then drove through a suburb that looked like it had been cursed by the demon of poverty itself. It kind of looked like the way movies portrayed Detroit when they're trying to emphasize how bad it can be, but also maybe even more abandoned. There was barely any graffiti, which was weird. Like even the criminals and the youth gangs didn't want to hang out in this area, it seemed. And no wonder I'd never heard of the place before. Now, I heard fear being described on a podcast as bone prickles not long ago, and that term struck me as perfect. Driving with this goddamn McDonald's, the smell of fries and Big Macs making me feel kinda sick, I started suffering with the bone prickles. And the moment I heard the guy say that phrase in the podcast, I knew exactly what he meant. It's like when your entire body tingles and prickles thanks to some kind of unspecified fear, and I was feeling this just by driving to the delivery location. Now, eventually I reached this address, and it was on the very edge of some rundown suburbia. Now, if this house had been the only occupied property on the block, I wouldn't have been surprised. The rest of the houses were completely dark, boarded up and run down, and this one house had light spilling out of every window. No fooling me, AI Joel. Come into my home. I am not a computer at all. Love your vids, man. Cheers. Shout out to Nick. Nice, dude. Got you. Almost got me, buddy.
10 steps ahead. 10 steps ahead. Can't get me.
Otherwise, squeaky brakes means you're metal on metal. Yeah, be careful. This one house had light spilling out of every window and chill, relaxing music playing loud enough for me to hear as I pulled up to the curb outside. Some kind of pop punk or something kind of fun. Now I manhandled the bag that keeps the food warm, although with how long it had taken to arrive at that location, I didn't have much faith in their fries being hot anymore. Again, everything had fallen within the promised delivery time, so no issues there. I hauled butt up the driveway, surprised at how heavy their food order was, and I knocked. I took a few other knocks before. Hello from the Netherlands. Hello, hello. The power steering hard lines blew at the start of January. It snowed or been like 12 degrees Fahrenheit every weekend since. I can't move the damn car. It's been a driveway job. Oh, that's annoying. Next time you're stuffy, eat a pickled jalapeno. They're super yummy. Yeah, I gotta get them. Just gonna make me all sorts of snotty waddy. Also literally got to the last set of replacement lines in the entirety of North America. I also literally got the last set of replacement lines, yeah. Man. At least there's not shit in my lungs. Because, like, once shit gets in your lungs, I swear to God, it takes, like, a literal month or more to get them out of your lungs. It's so annoying. It took a few knocks before the volume of the music inside lowered and the door was answered by... Actually... Oh my God. It took a few knocks before the volume of the music inside lowered and the door was answered by... a pretty-looking guy, a very reassuring gentleman. Now, he must have been in his mid-20s and he was wearing a band tee and... Now, he must have been in his mid-20s, and he was wearing a band tee and had a goofy expression that made me think that he might have been stoned. Now, I explained that I was there to deliver the food, and he yelled back in the house that some chick was here with the McDonald's. Had anyone ordered any food? I explained that that was a pretty large order, so maybe it was for a bunch of them, and he seemed pretty confused by this. Now, he said that there was only 3 of them in the house and they'd recently gotten a delivery pizza, so he couldn't really explain who'd ordered the McDonald's. I showed him the app and confirmed 100% that the address was correct, and he asked me to wait on the porch while he went and checked with the rest of the guys. And so I was just stuck standing there while I heard vague noises from within. Muffled voices turned into banging and almost shouting, and I began to feel that bone prickle again. Now, eventually, the goofy stoner reappeared at the door. Now, remember, I still had the food in the thermal bag at this point, and I apologized profusely, saying that he was... Oh my God. Let me just turn on the flux capacitor here. What does this say? Missy Gale with a 5'6", 68, 208 like ratio. What the fuck? Who wants to be Joel's 69th? Let's get thumbs up, y'all. Oh, right. Yeah, click the like button, guys. Do it. Do it! Maybe we need to do a poll. What do you guys think the poll should be? Hey, Iris, what's up, bro? Long time no see. Everybody jumping on Joel's poll to answer the question. Do you like Taco Bell? Yes, no. Alright, there it is. Look at that. Like that, YouTube? That's engagement, baby. That's engagement. I gotta pay the troll toll to get into Joel's poll. Yeah.
Bad poll, not a good poll. Probably the least exciting poll.
Okay. Eventually, this goofy streamer reappeared at the front door. Now remember, I still had the food in the thermal bag at this point, and he apologized profusely, saying he was an idiot and the other guys had ordered McDonald's as well as pizza, and everything was all good. However, just as I started to unzip the bag, he told me to hang on because they wanted to offer me a tip. I told them they could do it through the app and they didn't have to do it at all, but this guy was absolutely adamant that they were going to give me $10 for the trouble, so if I could just wait on the porch again, he'd head inside and get the cash. Now, who even keeps cash around these days, to be honest? Now anyways, this time he left the door open just enough for me to see inside. The front door opened into the living room, and I was kind of impressed how clean and frankly awesome the place looked. They had framed posters on the wall, a couple of pinball tables in the corner, and an expensive-looking flat-screen TV. Now this didn't seem to be the room that they were hanging out in either, and I sort of nosily peered around to see where my new delivery friend had gone to find my tip. Now I saw him milling about back and forth past the door to what seemed to be a kitchen, and then calling... Stream is going to make someone order Taco Bell and experience a scary delivery drive. Yeah, we need more content happening in live. In live fashion. My voice sounded a little weird. I'm sick right now. Boop, thank you for the 369 troll toll. And Biano, welcome back for 40 months, says, what letter would you choose to be the shape of your mattress for the rest of your life? But you also can't eat any food beginning with that letter. Oh my god, that's a great question. What we got? We got A, B, C. Then we got D, E, F. A, B, C, D, E, F, J, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, and then what's after that? V, X, Y, Z. Yeah, I feel like a T might work, because it would just be tomatoes. I think that's the only thing that starts with a T that's food. And Kayvon Javid with the 1 month. I didn't even know that I was a member law, but I got over a cold and I'm still coughing 3 weeks later. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. It's just like once it gets into the fucking into the lungs, it's just like you feel cooked. But thank you, Kayvon. Good to see you. Pick a Chinese letter. Yeah, then we just would never go to Chinatown and be fine. Tacos, tamales, taquitos. Yeah, but I'm sure we have a word for those in English, so I'll be good. Toaster strudels? Okay, then I'd be fucked. Takis, the blue ones. I saw him milling about back and forth past the door to what seemed to be a kitchen, and then calling out down a set of bunch of steps. What the fuck? What's up, Beth? We started 30 minutes ago. No worries. Now, I saw him milling about back and forth past the door to what seemed to be a kitchen, and then calling out down a set of stairs to what looked like a basement. I wondered if they had an even more impressive home theater system down there or something, and I wondered if it was just one of those cases where someone with money buys a house that looks run down from the outside in an abandoned neighborhood area and then just uses the crappy exterior to actually mask a really awesome dwelling. Now still, it was none of my business. Now eventually my new friend came back with $10.69 and I just politely laughed at the obvious joke. Now I finally finished I finished the huge bags of McDonald's out of the... Fished. He fished them. He fished out the fish sandwiches. Now, I finally fished out the huge bags of McDonald's out of the insulated bag, and I could tell already that by now they were cold, and I figured I just wouldn't make mention of it. This guy had kept me on the porch long enough at this point. Now, after thanks and some goodbyes, I headed back to my car, got in, and then checked for more jobs. There was another one at the same McDonald's, so I figured why not. It had just come through, so by the time I reached the restaurant, the order should be ready. And so I started to drive off. I have one of those reversing cameras in my car, and I admit I rely on it a little too much, so my rearview mirror isn't perfectly aligned with how... The T argument is invalid. Fuck. Why do you read better when being sick? When you say, like, read better, like, do I make less mistakes? Or do you mean, like, the sound of the voice sounds sexier? Less mistakes. I don't know. I'm sure by the end of the stream that'll change. Usually on my, first story, my brain has a little bit more juice to it. People who rely on backup cameras kind of piss me off. Raw dog it like the rest of us. I don't know, dude. I've like backed up into so many parking spaces with my backup camera because it's just like playing a video game. Life is like a video game. And if I had to just like sit there and like look back, I don't know. I just don't think you really have like the spatial awareness that's as pretty. Taco Bell is diarrhea food, so you're basically saying Taco Bell is a great cleanse. Would you date the first girl that hit on you? Yeah, fuck it, dude. Let's go for it. Yo, man, I see your poll. My girlfriend keeps making me order her Taco Bell. She's doing a cleanse. It's called a Mexican cleanse, and soon all of the parasites will be removed and replaced with new parasites. Also, Dark Somnian, just to verify, did you get the audio that I sent from last stream? I just wanted to make sure we got that all squared away. If you rely on your car's sensors, radars, and cameras, you can't drive. I know. Imagine, like, relying on any form of technology. Kind of weird that pisses me off about backup cameras pissing him off. Yeah, I'm pissed off at you being pissed off at being pissed off, man. And I just pissed my pants. I mean, I remember I knew people that fucking didn't think you could drive if you didn't know how to drive stick shift. And then before that, they were pissed that you didn't know how to drive a horse. And then before that, they thought the horse was the devil's creature brought over by the Spanish. And eventually we'll be pissed off that people only drive self-driving cars, and then they'll be pissed off that you even need to get into your car because you're not in your conscious transference machine. Video should be ready within the next day or two. Nice, Somnium. I'm excited. That'll be sick. I got a good country western singer voice. Someone the other day I heard like made the argument that like those rappers like Post Malone or Jelly Wad or whatever the fuck, I don't even know. Post Malone I guess is a good one, but that sort of transitional phase between like being a white rapper to like a country music star is just like interesting because it's like sort of It's sort of like an overcompensation in the complete opposite direction. Jelly roll. I think maybe it's PB, peanut butter and jelly wad. Maybe it's meat wad. Oh, speaking of meat wad, I played the demo for Super Meat Boy 3D. It's on Steam right now. You get to go through probably like, 5 or 6 different stages. And dude, it's fun. I would honestly say like Super Meat Boy 3D might actually be better than some of the Mario games I've played. With crash safety standards making the passenger compartment more rigid, creating more blind spots, backup cameras became standard in 2016. Basically, it's dangerous to ignore your backup cam. I was going to say, like, compared to my old car, like the one that I currently have, definitely feels like getting a visualization on where you are within space is certainly not as easy. I'm very eclectic in my music taste. I listen to it all. Hell yeah. In all honesty, I've seen Posty twice now, old Post and new. His new songs are so country, but he performed them more rock and heavy, which was cool. Oh, that's cool. I mean, nothing against it. It's just an interesting sort of transformation to go from like the rap scene and that vibe to the complete opposite side of things. But I guess that just means you got kind of like a capture on all forms of audience. You're probably making fucking crazy bank. What car do I have? I don't want to tell you, because then you'll find me and run me off the road. What's up, May? All right. So I started to drive off. I have one of those reversing cameras in my car, and I admit I rely on it a little bit too much, so my rearview mirror isn't perfectly aligned like it should be. Instead, it lets me view the back seat, something I'd adjusted for it recently when I was taking my niece and nephew out for, ironically, McDonald's. And as such, glancing into the rearview mirror allowed me to notice that there was someone lying on the floor in the back seat. Now, I could tell that he was the guy in his mid-20s. And I also could tell that he was holding some kind of weird knife, and I don't know how to describe it. It was clearly some type of kitchen implement, but I'd never seen a knife like that before. And I suddenly realized that the delivery customers had kept me at the door for so long without turning back to my own vehicle that it could have allowed one of them to actually slip inside. Now, I didn't expect to be more than a minute or two, so I didn't lock the car behind me, and now I was regretting that immensely. What the hell did this guy have planned for me? He was just laying there, staring off blankly like he was waiting for something, clutching that kitchen blade. Now, obviously, whatever he had planned was nothing good, and the first thing I did was I decided to do a stop looking in the rearview mirror, and I didn't want him to see that I'd seen him. Now, obviously, this was all happening within a split second. My heart was absolutely pounding, and I was certain that this was how I would die, with my throat slit as I was heading to an Uber Eats delivery. Now, up ahead, I saw the lights of a gas station. I kept my speed normal, and I didn't allow myself to react at all, and then moments before I reached the turning into the gas station, I shot forward, screeched into the parking lot, leapt out of my car, and then ran into that gas station. Now, I must have sounded like some crazy woman, yelling how a delivery customer stoner McDonald's order guy was hiding in my backseat and had a weird knife, and I didn't know what he had planned, and blah blah blah. I was just trying to explain the events and my theory and how I thought the delivery customer had distracted me, and I was almost telling all of this at once. Now, the clerk, an older man, looked at me like I was on meth, understandably so, and then started to ask me to explain everything again. However, he kind of froze and his mouth was now hanging open, and I followed his gaze. An absolutely ridiculously tall man was kind of unfolding himself from my back seat, and we watched as he fled into the darkness of the night. Now, bear in mind, this was on the edge of the suburbs, so he fled into some kind of forested area, and from the expression on his face, I couldn't even claim to this day that he meant me harm. It almost looked like he was petrified too. Of course, that didn't stop me calling the cops. They got to the gas station really fast and searched the nearby area. They did, in fact, find a knife nearby. Apparently, it was some kind of fish knife for sushi, but it had nothing on it. Now, when they paid a visit to the delivery... How can you make a channel like this? Just gotta do it, dude. Just gotta do some research and do it. Joel, please, what do you take to have your voices clear? I've noticed for years that I sound like I have a cold, but sometimes my voice sounds more clear, but I don't know how to make that my normal. I don't know, bro. I got a cold right now. I don't quite know what you mean by clear. Do you mean like your sinuses are just like perpetually flumped up? Would I date someone from chat if they met me at Chipotle? If they checked me out at Chipotle and then made the best burrito of my life, I would say, let's get married. Crybaby, thank you for the 2. Says, spooky stream for my birthday. Thank you, Joe. You're welcome. Damn, dude, everybody's born. What is the... Let's think. We got 9 months ago, right? Was everybody banging in the month of June? Presumably, right? 6 months from June is December. 3 months from December is March. And that is 9 months of gestation. Zampai, Joel, I just had to talk about, it's literally slap my ballicles. That's freedom, baby. That's a freedom slap. Wait, September? Am I dumb? 9 months ago? No, yeah, 9 months ago, I think, right? Go back 3 months. That's December, 6 months from that. Anyone drinking? January, February have the least amount of birthdays in the years, but then what, March pops off? I don't know, it just seems like a lot of people. Even the tone of my voice sounds much more clear, I don't know how. Yeah, I'm not really sure exactly what you're asking, but maybe you have some like chronic sinus issues or something that maybe you could address first prior to sound, you know what I mean? If you do sound like you have a cold, maybe do something to like flush those out prior to recording or something. Yeah, March Madness is already here. Probably have good equipment. Yeah, I mean, I do. It's, I record into an H4n Pro. It's, you know, like a couple $100 mic, but it's not really built for... But the one that you hear me here, the Neumann TLM, that one's a very expensive microphone. But, you know, it's worth it, because I initially got it for, like, just voiceover stuff, and I'm like, oh, fuck it, I'll just use it for the streams. Neumann. It's the Neumann. But... the annoy men. Yeah. When they paid to visit the delivery customers, they were just as baffled as I was. Everyone was accounted for, which they could prove, and nobody who lived there matched the description that I gave of the guy who'd crept into my back seat. Now, I never did find out who he was or what his motives were. I didn't quit my delivery job or anything silly like that. I just took to actually locking the car door whenever I stepped out to make a delivery, regardless of how brief I thought I would be. And I always check the back seat no matter what. Something tells me that the guy hiding out in the back of my car didn't actually mean me any harm, but the look of fear and alarm on his face as we watched him flee makes me think that someone out there would have done us more harm than I can even fathom if I'd... The guy with the knife in your back seat didn't mean me any harm. For anybody glazing T-Bell, they offer their sauces at the grocery store. The Fire and the Chipotle are killer with home meals. That does sound yummy. Speaking of Taco Bell, what are y'all's go-to drink? Mine is Mountain Dew. Nothing beats Taco Bell's Mountain Dew. The Baja Blast. What's hitting Austin soon? The Baja Blast Hurricane. Would UK Taco Bell taste good if they can't use American preservatives and chemicals? I don't know. Is there Taco Bell in the UK? I'd actually be curious. Like, food's so bad for you that the restaurants don't exist anywhere else. My neighbor coming over to my house with a knife and telling his parents he was looking for his cat. That's scary. Just looking for my cat with a knife. UK chains taste way better. That would be interesting to try. I thought that was only Bojangles, so you the least... My car is a 5-second auto lock. Don't lock my doors. Delivering Portland, Oregon. I turned that on. What's up, Cod Boy? How we doing? Taco Bell is in the UK. Oh, okay, nice. Thank God. Thank the Lord Christ. Mike Ike, welcome to the Buttersaw Cult. You now have access to all sorts of bonus content in the bonus content playlist. Something tells me that the guy hiding out in my car didn't mean me harm, but the look of fear and alarm on his face as we watched him flee makes me think that someone out there would have done us more harm than I can even fathom if they'd found it. It's one of those creepy mysteries that I'm grateful didn't turn into an unsolved murder and has finally given me something to write into you about. But like they say, be careful what you wish... But like they say, be careful what you wish for, because I feel like this was a cautionary tale where the lesson is that it's far better not to wish that you had a scary story. Okay, why is this last part hard? But like they say, be careful what you wish for, because I feel like this was a cautionary tale where the lesson is that it's far better not to wish you had a scary story to share with internet people. T-Bell honestly depends on where you get it. Location matters. Similar with thing with Popeyes. If it ain't located in the hood, I ain't buying it. Perhaps. So if Taco Bell is not located near 50 porta potties, do not bother going in. Otherwise, you know the food's not recycled. Okay, we're grooving. That was story one. What'd you guys think? That was pretty spooky, I guess. Velichords, welcome to the Buttersaw Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Fix the grammar, but don't change the story. Alright, what's up, Jawad? Hey guys, we are the Cult of Let's Read, but has anyone ever checked out the Acephaly Horror by Jeffrey Walker? What's that about? Is that a show? What's up, Susie Q? Reminds me a lot of my local chain called Hip Hop Fish and Chicken before I move. That sounds yummy. They got jerk chicken that will literally jerk you off. In-N-Out in Houston isn't as good as locations in California. Yeah, I guess it's just so hard to say. I remember going to a McDonald's that, like, just specifically because it had like a 50 McNug thing, and did this back in college. And it was the only time in my life that I like went out of my way to like specifically tell the staff that they did a fantastic job. Everything tasted great. They were like very on top of everything, and they were really nice. And it was funny because it looked like it was managed by someone who was like probably only 20 years old at the time, but they all took it very seriously, and it was kind of nice to see instead of like people who would rather spit in your face. Skylar Christensen, welcome to the Butter Sock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you. Closest we get to Taco Bell is Burger King offering their burgers and soft tacos. That actually doesn't sound terrible. Now there's one right down the street from my house here in Northern California. My favorite is a double animal style with animal style fries and Neapolitan milkshake. The Napoleon takeover. There's thankfully a handful of authentic Mexican joints nearby, and one of them is very close to my closest Taco Bell. I'd rather go there. Yeah, it keeps you honest, you know what I'm saying? Instead of all that pink slime. Thoughts on Raising Cane's? Yeah, Raising Cane's is fine. I mean, people lose their fucking mind about it, but I don't know, it's just fucking chicken nugs. I've had some definitively better breaded chicken nugs in like other local places. The kind of chicken nugs that like the breading like falls off of it. So I'm from England, but I won't say... Shite. Valley Chords. Whoa, thank you for the 7 Canadian. Thanks for making work more tolerable, King. You're welcome. Thank you. I hope everything's going well in Canada. Or is it California? California dollars. Soon, whenever California secedes, they'll have their own currency that has the CA after it. Raising Cane's gives me like the equivalent of 1 tender cut into 3 and charged me $12 for it. It's not that good. Yeah, it's just whatever. It's like all pre-made, right? So you're not going to get it like that fresh. It's all just sitting there under the heating lamp because everybody's order is like chicken nuggets with coleslaw and a piece of bread, 6 chicken nuggets with coleslaw and a piece of bread. Or you can get 12 chicken nuggets with coleslaw and a piece of bread. So logically, so they can stay on top of all that shit, it's all just like piled on top of each other under like an incubator. It's never going to be like fresh out the fry. Fresh out the fry. You don't understand the Chick-fil-A hype, honestly. Yeah, the people in there are nice and they do a good job, but it's basically, in my mind, just like what the standard of like a fast food place should be like as far as how they treat you, you know, like human beings or whatever. And yeah, I mean, I don't remember the food ever being like extraordinarily great compared to like other places. I'd rather pay a premium and just go somewhere nice. As I said last time, I wish Ruby Tuesdays didn't die in my state. I miss my old joint. It was a Mr. Beast ghost kitchen until it folded under the mall. Is a zombie. A Mr. Beast ghost kitchen. Like, he would make his burgers in there or some shit, or what was it? Good old Christian chicken. I think they said they're going to start opening up on Sundays. And then they're going to open up on Flinders Tag, which is the day after Sunday. Which is the most holiest of holy days. Which, at that point, I'm not eating there anymore. If I know there's one thing that keeps me from eating disgusting fast food, it's whether or not the employees work on the day you're supposed to go to church. About to get slammed and continue on Resident Evil 9. Cheers, everyone. Sounds good, bro. Good to see you. So I'm from England, and I won't say where so as not to dox myself or lose my job. But I'm a postwoman, or a postie as we say here, and I love my job. I work a rural route, and I've been on the same route for years, thanks to some pleading and a friendship with the head postmaster. Normally, posties get shifted around all the time. And so I kind of know everyone on my little route, at least everyone who makes themselves known to me anyway. There was Stu, a mature student who would always be waiting at the door whenever the mail came and shared his latest work on marine biology with me. I hadn't started out as being remotely interested in marine biology, but Stu had mentioned a few things in passing and I'd been hooked, pun intended. Now there was old Mrs. Rader, who always seemed to have some insane medical ailment, which she'd relay to me with the greatest of glee, and I became convinced that she was a medical miracle. And then there was the Four Bottoms, an extremely flamboyant glam rock band by night and a middle-aged polycule who enjoyed cardigans and gardening by day. And then there was Joe and Joanne, 2 twins with rich parents who often got Amazon parcels in the mail. And I've never seen 2 kids who were more spoiled but more grateful for everything they'd got. Now the one guy I never got to know was Farmer McKay, the allegedly grouchy postman-hating farmer who lived in the small holding on the outskirts of town. Now to call it a farm would be extremely generous, but it did have a few goats, a couple of sheep, a pig, and some chickens. And it was also filthy, even by farm standards, and as far as I know, he made an entire living selling eggs and milk to locals. Now, I gotta admit, I did prefer Sainsbury's. Bro is a student named Stu Dent. A ghost kitchen is where one kitchen provides food to delivery services for multiple businesses using one kitchen. It's a crazy third-party system we live in. Interesting. And Mr. Beast is, like, invests in that or something like that? You know, it kind of makes me curious, like, to what extent Mr. Beast actually has any control over his, like, company anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, as far as, like, a production company goes, because you can only imagine, with the success and, like, workflow that Mr. Beast has, you can only imagine that there's a group of people that, like, want him to, like, sign over 50% of all of his revenue, and then they just, like, lead all the projects and make all the connections or whatever. Why do we talk about Mr. Beast? Isn't he a bad guy or something? They were talking about a ghost kitchen or whatever. And yeah, I think he hunts kids on an island in the Black Forest. I can't, just allegedly, that is. Or maybe that's in Africa, I don't know. My brain thought Stu Pickles from Rugrats. Yeah, that's where I think of Stu. Mr. Beast doesn't invest in his own infrastructure, he outsources it. I'd be curious. Everything is dying, even the oxygen we breathe is killing us slowly. Damn, dude. Soon you're gonna tell me that the sun gives us cancer. What the fuck? Now, I gotta admit, I prefer Sainsbury's. Now, one day, for the first time in about 6 years of doing this route, I was shocked to find that I had a collection for McKay's farm. Not everyone knows this, but you can book Royal Mail to collect parcels, often for free, instead of having to take them to a post office. McKay had booked a free collection with instructions absolutely not to knock and disturb him, but instead find the package in an outhouse which he kindly uploaded a picture of so there was no mistaking it. Now, I made sure that I wore my wellies that day, as I didn't fancy wading across the sludge that McKay called a yard. It turns out I made the right call because the mud leading to the safe place outhouse was almost up to my ankles. And when I opened the outhouse, I was met with a smell that almost made me gag. I didn't even want to look at what else he kept in there, but thankfully the Royal Mail box. What's up, Joel? Always good to hear from you. Any specific topic you're looking forward to reading in the future? I think this weekend, if there's time, I'm going to do bonus content with paranormal stories. So honestly, those are some of my favorite just because they're the most interesting and weird. And it's also good because eventually I do like a larger compilation of paranormal stuff for the normal channel, and those always do quite well. So while we're on the topic of dumb fast food, Walmart frequenters, how many times have you seen a Charlie's in Walmart instead of Subway? Damn, a Charlie's. I've never even heard of a Charlie's before. But I know there's like Subways in like every Walmart. Did I prove I'm not AI yet? Yeah, just now. Joe, I gotta say, I appreciate you and your quick-wit sarcasm.
Been practicing since I was a little baby. Making jokes so people don't beat the shit out of me.
Isn't that like Philly sandwiches? I'm not sure, honestly. Charlie. Drinking anything for that cold, honey and lemon? Oh, that's a good idea. I have kombucha, but it's probably not the best. Charlie's fucking god-tier fast food Philly cheesesteak, typically found within malls, not Walmarts. Oh, okay, interesting. When I opened the outhouse, I was met with a smell that almost made me gag. I didn't even want to look at what else he kept in there, but thankfully the Royal Mailbox was visible right at the front, so I grabbed it and headed back to my van. Now, halfway back to my vehicle, I noticed that the parcel was leaking. Real disgusting, foul-smelling liquid dripping out of the bottom of the box. Well, there's absolutely no way that I can take this as a collection for a million reasons. And now, I also couldn't just abandon it, which meant that I had to break his cardinal rule and go knock on his door and tell him that, unfortunately, I couldn't accept his collection. Now, halfway between my van and the front door of the farm, also, it was kind of hilarious. I got my computer, the new computer I got pre-built, right? And I had it delivered to my house. and it was kind of insane. It came on like a big pallet, and then the pallet, on top of the pallet was a huge, like, you know, wooden box that was like drilled together and shit, held together by like straps connected to the pallet. And so the dude had to like, you know, do a dolly to bring it up to me. And then I like opened my garage and put it in there, and I genuinely had no idea like how to open the fucking thing. So I got like a crowbar, and I was gonna I don't know, when I got the crowbar out, I felt like I was playing, you know, Ark Raiders, ready to like crack open some fucking priceless art or some shit. But then I saw that it was actually screwed into the top, and I could just unscrew them. But it was just, I don't know why. It was just like to actually see a package that was in, you know, literal wooden shit that says like, "This way up, caution." It just reminded me of that one story from like Creepshow. If you ever seen the movie Creepshow from way back in the day, it was like a package or something they got from like Antarctica, and it was held underneath the steps at a university for years and years. And inside of it was like some sort of carnivorous ape. I don't know if you remember, like they looked inside, and then the, you know, with the professor and the student, and then the student got like half of his face bitten off, like scratched, and then half of his face bitten off by this. It's like one of my favorite stories, and like it's like the quintessential fucking like creepypasta vibe. And it was so creepy because it was done with like, you know, not claymation per se, but whatever like practical effects they had for like the face. And it just like seeing half of his face get bitten off was just like so disgusting, and like the lighting they used just like felt like a comic book. It was amazing. Now, fortunately, there was no like carnivorous ape inside that box. It was just, yeah, a computer with a 5090, which was probably just as dangerous. But I played some games on it yesterday, and it was nice because, I mean, I'm getting in like, you know, for max settings on some games, getting like 120 frames, you know, compared to fucking my current PC. I'll play like Helldivers and get like 40 frames. And it's wild because I'm literally going from, you know, a 1080 TXI, right? Or 1080 T, what is it? 1080 TXI? I don't even fucking know. Anyways, it's a pretty big jump, so that's exciting. So like Gremlins, yeah, a lot like Gremlins from that era. If you've never seen Creepshow, the movie, it's like an anthology of horror. It's a great movie. It's like perfectly campy and interesting. Creepshow, the series, you mean, or is there a movie too? Yeah, I think it actually started with like a movie, and then maybe, or no. Yeah, it started with the movies way back in the day. And then maybe you're thinking of Tales from the Crypt or something. Stop bragging. All right. Sorry, Dad. Go from a TI-83 calculator. Did you get your 12-gauge extension cord? I thankfully don't need to do that. It can plug it directly into a power strip and plug it directly into the wall, because I was also told by somebody else that I shouldn't do that. Even with a 12-gauge extension cord, they say it's probably not ideal to draw power from the wall to a, you know, power strip and then to the computer. They say just do computer power strip wall. So I'm like, all right, logical. How do I feel about Eraserhead? I haven't seen Eraserhead in forever, man. It's been so long. Thoughts on Jim Carrey's new face? Dude, I thought I got tricked, dude. I got tricked because someone legitimately said that it was like a performer, right? And that's what I thought. Like it was like, I thought it was like a performance, and that he was just trying to like trick people, right? And then the performer said it was like, you know, their sort of plastic mask that they wore, because it did look like it was Jim Carrey with a mask, or as we talked about, like really bad plastic surgery. But then after that person did that and that went viral, then Jim Carrey's publicist came out and said, actually, it was actually Jim Carrey. But but then his publicist came out and said it was actually him. So it's like, you know, I could also see that being a Jim Carrey thing where he does the one with like the mask person, And then he says, actually, no, just to confuse people, just to show you, like, how easy it is to, like, not know what is or is not reality. Hey, Lynn, thank you for the gift to that Victoria girl. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Kind of waiting for him to peel out the prosthetics of the face. I mean, it definitely looked like the worst plastic surgery I'd ever seen. And completely unnecessary, because he looks good. Like, he legitimately, like, looks good as, like, an old man. You know, not even, like, necessarily an old man, just like a man that's old. Michael Tina Hierro, thank you and welcome to the Buttersock Call. You now have access to bonus content. Halfway between my balls. Halfway between my van and the front door of the farm, the package I'm carrying sort of collapses inward. The bottom falls out and the contents spill all over my bottom half. Now let me tell you, I've smelled some bad smells in my time. Before I became a post... Christ. Before I became a postwoman, I was a nursing assistant in my late teens and early 20s, and there was this one old lady that I treated who I would swear had death himself living in her nether regions, and this made that smell like flowers and cinnamon. It was a pile of rotting, liquefying offal. Awful? Liquefying offal. I'm a synth. Yeah. I don't know, wouldn't it be crazy you go to get surgery and you find out you're a synth? That's probably what's gonna happen. What is this? Offal? I've never heard of that word before. Awful, offal. Oh, it is pronounced like awful. What the hell is that? Refer to the edible internal organs of other parts of an animal, such as the liver, heart, kidneys, tongue, and tripe. Old triplin. Don't feel appreciated. What do you mean? I shall quit my job tomorrow. Oh, okay. It's all good. Sometimes you gotta do it, man. Oh, you're writing in Arabic. I'm not sure what it says. If you guys want to keep things in English, it makes it easier for me so I don't have to... Naughty. What's naughty? I don't even know. Do you have tone marks on your scripts for you to get the right emotion for each sentence? I do not, no. I just kind of like get a vibe as I'm going along for what they're going for. Tripe and tongue tacos are good. That sounds yummy, I guess. But honestly, I just eat anything. Pardon the mucus. I am a human. I'm a sick synth. This made that smell like flowers and cinnamon. It was a pile of rotting, liquefying organs. And now it was covering as much of my legs and torso as it managed to besmirch. I dropped the destroyed parcel and threw up there. And then, which really didn't help matters. And now I was kind of mad at Farmer McKay. There are extremely strict rules about what you can and can't mail in the UK, and rotting, liquefied offal is definitely a forbidden item. I didn't even need to check the handbook to know about that. But then I started looking at all that stuff. Maybe my imagination was running away from me, but I was sure that I could make out part of a human spine among the gore. An eyeball winked out at me, clearly fresher than some of the other unspecified parts that covered me. Oh my god. You're not the only one overly mucus currently. I had my first ear infection in 45 years. Oh, fuck, ear infection. Where'd that come from? Maybe a Can it like pop up back up? An eyeball winked out at me, clearly fresher than some of the other unspecified parts that covered me. This is such a weird thing. I don't know why, like, covered me, the ground, and everywhere. Like, seeing like a list appear at the end of a sentence is so odd. 10 years of experience really shows in how you change tone on the fly like you do. Oh, thank you, Callie. Appreciate you. Or Kaylin, sorry. I read that wrong. Yeah, I think the eyeball, when they say winked, just like it stood out. What's a synth? A synth is just like a cyborg, basically. If you recall that movie, Blade Runner, that's what they called the cyborgs. They called them synthetics. It's from the short story, like, what is it? Do cyborgs dream of electric sheep, or do androids dream of electric sheep? An eyeball winked out at me, clearly fresher than some of the other unspecified parts that covered me. Oh my god. Covered me, the ground, and everywhere. I just like don't expect it to like play out like that. An eyeball winked out at me, clearly fresher than some of the other unspecified parts that covered me, the ground, and everywhere. Now I suddenly got this idea that McKay was trying to use the Postal Service to hide evidence of a crime. And standing out there in the open in the center of this small holding in the middle of nowhere, I suddenly felt very vulnerable and exposed. At this point, I didn't know what to do. I was convinced my colleagues would give me absolute crap if I fled the scene, but I started picturing Farmer McKay hiding behind a curtain, looking out one of the windows, a cocked shotgun aimed right at me. And so I kind of ran toward the main house. As the front door began to open before I even reached the porch, I wondered if I'd made a terrible, terrible mistake. But the man who stood on the doorstep wasn't Farmer McKay. I could see the resemblance, but he was a much younger man, and as he took in the sight of me covered in that... I don't know why, like, constantly referring to the organs is awful. I just feel like no one's going to be familiar with that word at all. They're going to be like, what the fuck is awful? Especially phonetically. I could see the resemblance, but he was a much younger man, and as he took in the sight of me covered in those organs and trembling in fear, I could see genuine guilt and regret on his face. He didn't invite me inside. You can hardly blame him. I was dripping in unspecified corpse juices. But there on the doorstep he explained that Farmer McKay had been taken away by doctors the day before after increasingly strange and erratic behavior that had gone unnoticed by his family. He apologized profusely for the parcel collection being overlooked because they should have known that something was awry. McKay never sent packages. No, I was severely shaken, not least because I couldn't see the face of the... couldn't face the idea. Pronounced like Kellen. Oh, okay. Kellen Quinn, nice. Oregons, yeah, just like the duck, the Oregon duck meat. First I had to break up with my girlfriend, but it needed to happen. Hey, there you go. Freedom. Freedom from pain and suffering. Nobody gets the Ben Stein Ferris Bueller reference, but not the fucking Demolition Man. I didn't see, what was it? Ben Stein. I just remember that show, Win Ben Stein's Money. It was like a game show that was on Comedy Central, but I vaguely recall it like not being a very funny show. I was severely shaken, not least because I couldn't face the idea of getting in my beloved post van covered in this. And thankfully, the grandson, as that's who he turned out to be, helped me hose off the worst of it before I headed back to my van. It's what I saw in the back that really caused this to be a scary story, though. I made the mistake of glancing into the dilapidated barn as I trekked across the mud to my post van, and I only caught a quick glimpse. and I only caught a quick glimpse because I looked away as quickly as possible. But no matter how many hot showers I took to wash off all those juices and the gore from my body, I could never scrub the sight that I saw from my mind. In the barn, Farmer McKay had piled what were presumably all of his animals. I couldn't make out which species they were. They'd all melted into one festering, indiscernible pile of corpses. A number of empty cardboard boxes sat nearby, and I could only assume McKay planned on shipping the remains of his animals to various places. To this day, it drives me mad that I never checked and don't remember who the recipient of the original parcel was. I have no idea what his motive was for mailing these liquefied parts, and I guess that's partly the problem with whatever was wrong with him, dementia or whatever had befallen him. It doesn't make sense. He could have been aiming for revenge on his enemies, and he could have believed that he was shipping genuine prime cuts to customers of his farm. Either way, I'm not sure that I ever want to know. The McKay small holding... Small holding? What's a small holding? Is that like a farmstead? Is that like a stronghold but small hold? An agricultural holding smaller than a farm. Oh, okay. The practice of farming a small holding. Cooperation with neighbors is the key to successful small holding. Interesting. I am slammed right now, feeling happy even though my life is on the edge. I guess that's what alcohol is for. Nah, dude, don't drink. Drink is bad. Drink will drive you crazy and make you die. Dude, oh my god. It's actually kind of scary. So, like, I visit my friend, and it's been going like this for... Like, you don't realize it. Like, he's a dear friend of mine from, like, high school. And it's crazy because, like, it's been so many years now that, like, I didn't realize it at the time. And I don't know exactly where it started. He had, like, moved to Colorado at one point and kind of came back a bit of a different person, both reliant upon drug and drink and all sorts of things. And I just remember, like, visiting him at his family's place whenever he came back, and, like, he had pulled out, like, a bottle of vodka from the freezer, took a pull from that, and then we went about, you know, our day. And then when I was visiting him the other night, as soon as he was putting away groceries, and as we were just chatting, he just whips out, like, some fucking Tito's, asks if I want any. I'm like, no. And he, like, literally takes, like, it's like a shot glass, but it's, like, very clearly, like, bigger than that, and, like, a double, enough to, like, quench your thirst with, like, water, you know, if it was H2O. But he proceeds to, like, take a rip from that and, like, I don't even know what the fuck, he, like, chases it with, like, something. I think he chases it with water. And then and I swear to God, like, in the span of us, like, hanging out there, he must have taken, like, 3 or 4 of those shots, you know, of, like, double shots of Tito's vodka. And it just made me, like, sick. Yeah, he was straight mogging me. Getting frame mogged by the alcoholic. But it was just sad. And it was weird because it didn't even seem to, like, affect him at all. Like, he's generally always, like, in a good mood. But, man, he drank a lot of fucking Tito's in that short period of time. He ripped a fucking, like, a big, you know, like a bowl of weed. And then we went outside before I left, and he smoked a cigarette. And I'm like, this motherfucker's got everything going. And, but, I mean, it really wouldn't be a big deal if he's smoking weed before bed or having a cigarette. Like, I don't give a shit. But it was just the alcohol, you know. I saw how much he was ripping, and I'm just like, holy fuck, to, like, casually take that, and you're not even, you know what I mean? Like, you take a single shot prior to, like, a party or something, and I think I'm, like, a bit loosey-goosey. He must have taken, like, 8 times that amount. I don't know. It was fucking wild. It just worries me because, like, I had another friend whose brother died from alcoholism because he got, like, pancreatitis, right? And your liver starts to get shit on, and your pancreas gets shit on, and then once your pancreas goes, you can just die. And he died of that, and I don't know, I worry about that for my friend. I'm just like, fuck me, man. Like, I legitimately have, like, a really, really dear friend who's probably going to be like on their way out from drinking alcohol. And it's just, I don't know, it's just fucking lame, you know what I mean? Like as you get older, it just seems like people fall further and further into their vices, which I get. But at the same time, it just doesn't, you know, it's just sad to see. It's my friend Nicolas Cage. Yeah, he was looking for the Declaration of Independence, looking for the new X-Men, the new Batman Noir. That's a terrible impression. Literally, I learned that serious alcoholics usually have to be helped by medical professionals in order to detox because they actually kill you from seizures that you can get. Yeah, it's scary. I'm an unashamedly functional alcoholic. Yeah, I don't know. How do we break free of it? I've seen it destroy so many people that I know, their lives, 25 years sober. Hell yeah, dude. I mean, fuck it, man. Have I given up on love? Nah, dude. I'll find the love of my life. Don't you worry. It's called high functioning, high tolerance. Yeah, it's scary. I can't associate with your Jorb if you affiliate with Nick Cage. It's against my contract. You're the new Nick Cage, Justin. Okay, let me read this last line. Either way, I'm not sure I ever want to know. The McKay small holding was demolished not long after, and after what I saw, I can't say I'm at all sorry that it became one less stop on my postal route. The feds are making your life hell. How come? Didn't you pay your taxes? I drank all the time before I had kids. I only drank like 5 times in the last 12 years. That's good, man. Fuck it. Can I do an impression of Eastern Europeans, perhaps a Ukrainian? Hey, I'm from Ukraine. What the hell? We're going to be the new Israel soon. It's going to be fun. Send us money. It's scary over here. Nico. Alright, so we got story 3. Alright. Irish. I'm from Ireland. Every day I tried my best to just straight up, you know, have a great time. Everything's happier when you got a pint of Guinness in ya. My average is about an ounce per 12 ounces, but I can take like 4 hours to drink the same 12 ounces. Just drink none of it. You know what I'm saying? Don't drink a single ounce. And go to the hospital. Grew up in an 80-acre ranch. All 5 families that lived there contributed such a backyard: vegetables, pork, beef, eggs. The only thing we had to buy at the store was dairy. Dang, yeah, I'm sure you could have got some cows eventually. Are all these comments former alcoholics? Sounds like a lot of people have struggled with certain things, which I'm not surprised, but I mean, the quicker you can get away from it. I will not give up alcohol, Joel. Why not? Don't you want to live longer and be happier and be a completely jacked freak beast who dominates the gym and everything around him? I get that way sometimes with booze. I find that I'm hard drinking too often. I just revert back to beer and stay there for a while, back to normal. Yeah, fuck. Appreciate the story about your friend, but I'm not like him. I use alcohol, not the other way around. I mean, I'm just saying, be careful. I don't know your life, man. I'm not speaking for you. I don't know anybody, really, if you're being honest with you guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what the fuck people are going through. I'm just saying, be careful, because alcohol is insidious. It's like a demon that attaches itself to you, and before you know it, it's a problem. Can't do liquor. It's 5% beer, but nothing generally stronger than that. Yeah, you need to become Joelaholics. Jokelaholics. Some people just can't have a drink and enjoy, just about abuse it and hurt others and themselves. Yeah, it's tough. Drinking is bad. I had a friend die of cirrhosis of the liver. I didn't spell it right, but I remember he said all of his organs were burning just before he died and drank cheap beer. It smelled so bad. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was scary with my buddy's brother. Like, he was only like 4 years older than me, I think. And like, he just, just like seeing how his body changed over a period of time. Being normal, but then being a pain in the ass to everyone around him. Going to rehab briefly. Gaining a fuck ton of weight at one point, like just completely changing him. And then, saying he just felt weird and he was going to go lie down, and then they just found him unresponsive after like a couple hours, and pretty scary. Started taking creatine. What is the best workout can push help? What are you asking? What's the best workout to do? I can roll up to an event at least 6-pack deep and be completely covert. Yeah, but that's not good, man. Like, I know that, like, we tell ourselves that, like, it's fine, but, like, that's not, you know it. I mean, I hope you know it's not good. I mean, I care about you. I care about anybody who's going through those things, and it's like you gotta, like, take the steps now if you have control of it to, like, connect with someone that can get you away from it. Here's the deal. I can wake up and have one beer all day and be fine. Here's the deal. Here's the sitch. Drinking drugs are great until you lie to me, try to punch me, drive unsober, and take detox support for granted over and over. It's killing everyone around you slowly. I mean, it definitely can. I've seen it affect so many people. It's sad. And the worst part is, like, so many of the functioning alcoholics will just blame everybody else for their faults. And it sucks because they generally, it feels like they mean it. I don't know. It sucks. I had my DUI and I thought that I was sober enough to drive. I was twice the legal limit 4 hours after my last sip. Damn. Yeah, sometimes you need those experiences just to be like, okay, let's get real. Same with me, like, I had that, I don't really drink really ever, but I mean, just those weird gallbladder issue I had, I'm like, you know what, fuck this shit. If alcohol's gonna be the thing that gives me fucking trouble, then let me just cut it out completely. I would say that I really, really want to quit vaping like last week. You know what I mean? It's been great forever heavy smoker, but now it ain't, and I gotta kick it. Maybe you could like talk to AI and just ask it to give you like a plan on how to like get off everything. Like Data is in denial of being an alcoholic. He's been drinking for 50 years. Oh, your dad? I haven't had a drink in literally decades. I'd rather have the occasional benzo and smoke some weed. Don't have a gallbladder either. Scary. If you butt chug, does it eliminate the health issues? I don't know. I'll have to try it, honestly. You ruin one end, and you just go in the other. And then you start burning both sides of the candle. So I'm not much of a storyteller, so I'll try my best here, but I've always wanted to try my hand at putting this story down on paper. In the early 90s, I was a bicycle courier for a local mom-and-pop pizza joint here in New York City. I got in the job while I was still in high school, thanks to my dad being a regular customer at the store and getting to know one of the owners, the husband, who we'll just call Pop Soul. Pop and Mama Soul ran the pizza joint and had been running it for as long as I can remember. It had been my favorite pizza place ever since I was a little kid, and I'd even had a couple of birthday parties there, even though I was only really designed for a handful of dine-in customers. And then beyond that, it became a staple that every birthday, same for my sister, we'd get copious amounts of Soul pizza pies. Now that's not to mention that the pizzas we'd get just because, well. Hey Jess, what's up? It's in the headspace, like I just made up my resolve to wean off vaping less than 72 hours ago. That's good. Pot brownies? Yeah, pot brownies do sound yummy. I wouldn't mind doing one in a confined area. My support circle is too small to include anyone who cares to perform an intervention on me. Well, sometimes you just have to rely on like hospital workers, maybe, as bad as that sounds. And then they get you in like AA or some shit, and then the AA people become good, and then you get a church or whatever, and it just goes from there, and now you're like, I love Jesus. Jesus, save me from alcohol. And then maybe he did. Who knows? That's not to mention the pizzas we'd get just because, good God, once you tried Soul's Pizza, nowhere in NYC compared. Now my brother, who'd left home by the time I was 6 or 7, never seemed to eat at that pizza place. And when I asked him one time, he just said that he wasn't a fan of a lot of things about them, quote unquote. And so one day, can you do push-ups while take creatine or go to the gym? Yeah, creatine is like, basically, is built for either lifting weights or like long distance endurance. That's like some of the best stuff for it. And then once you start getting beyond like 10 grams a day, people say that there's a lot of benefits for brain health as well. So if you take creatine, make sure you stay really hydrated, and yeah, it's beneficial to like utilize it while, doing resistance training like lifting weights or push-ups or calisthenics, or in other cases like long-form cardio. And learning a lot from my brother dying of drinking and driving, still hard to this day. Rest in peace, little bro. I'm sorry about that. I smoked from 03 to 16, started vaping at the beginning with mech mods, and 13 I kind of hate the disposables that have taken over. It's kind of downhill since then. Seems like there's so much more waste with those disposables, I imagine. Like a whole nother meteor floating around like Earth made out of disposable vapes. Jeffrey Robinson, welcome to the Buttersalt Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Apparently it's good for pregnancy too. What's that? Quitting drinking? I feel like my one buddy's wife, I swear to God, she was pregnant and she would have like a cigarette. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? Are you having a cigarette while pregnant? And she's like, they said I can have one up till this point. And it's just like, what the fuck? What the fuck are you doing? Jackie Chan, thank you for the 10. Says System Shock 2 25th year anniversary edition is on Steam. Same engine as OG with updated models. Creators of BioShock, many who played both say System Shock 2 superior overall. Be a true gamer. I might have to try it. I feel like I tried a remake or something and it was pretty hard. But thank you, Jackie Chan. Thank you for the 10. Dude, I built my own ridiculous coils for my mods. Look up like a Tiger Sabam coil or something like that. Interesting. My mom smoked when she was preggers with me. I came out okay, I think. So, yeah. So when are you going to do Let's Read Trivia Night? That's actually a great idea, honestly. Like, can you come up with a trivia question? We can do it between stories. Alright, sure, here's a good trivia question that works well for games or conversation. What is the only mammal capable of true flight? What is the only mammal capable of true flight? Log your answer now. You bought yourself a number one. That's how the world works. Hell yeah, dude. That's how you get ahead on Earth. And then beyond that, eventually money stops working and you gotta like go to islands and eat weird things. My gut instinct says platypus, but I don't think that's it. Looks like we got bats, turkey, bat, bird, mothman, bats, bat, wart, the bats, Mothra. It is bat. It is the bat. Good job, guys. I don't quite know what it means, true flight. What is true flight? True flight means an animal can generate lift and stay in the air by flapping its wings, allowing it to take off, gain altitude, and fly under its own power. It has a few key characteristics: powered lift, sustained flight, controlled movement. What doesn't count as true flight are gliders. Examples of gliders are flying squirrels, sugar gliders, flying lizards, Draco, flying fish, animals capable of true flight. Only 3 groups of animals in Earth's history evolved true flight. Birds, bats, the only flying mammal. Oh, mammals, right. And pterosaurus, extinct flying reptiles from the dinosaur era. That's crazy. So technically you're right about birds, but it was mammal, I guess. The only mammal. They can propel themselves, not like a sugar glider or something that only glides. I don't think I've ever seen a sugar glider. But yeah, we'll do another trivia question after the story, but that's a good idea. Thank you for that. Bugs aren't real? Bugs aren't mammals, I don't think. Oh wait, good question though. What about bugs? What about my bugs? What about bugs? Good catch. Bugs absolutely have true flight too. Insects in true flight flap their wings and generate lift, take off from the ground, stay airborne and maneuver. Bees, butterflies, dragonflies, flies, beetles. Wrong. The correct answer is people with a plane ticket. Exactly. Egg snackly. So one day, my dad calls me aside and says, "Son, I got you your dream job." Now, at the time, I wanted to be a military sniper, an F-18 pilot, or a pro street racer or something like that, but I was pretty sure that Dad hadn't hooked me up with something like that. But when he told me that I was going to be a bicycle courier... But when he told me that I was going to be a bicycle delivery boy for Soul Pizza, I was almost as psyched, especially because this meant that I got one free pizza a week and a 10% discount off orders like all the time. And I got to ride my bike all over the city, something I loved doing anyway, while getting some cash in my pocket to see me through the last year of high school. What could be better, I thought. And things went absolutely smoothly with Soul Pizza for the first month or so. According to Pop Soul, I was, quote, the best goddamn bike... According to Pop Soul, I was, quote, the best goddamn bike boy they'd ever had, and hiring me was the best decision he'd ever made since marrying Mama Soul. And considering he had kids and had no doubts made other major decisions since then, I wasn't sure I believed all this praise, but I wasn't going to argue if Pop wanted to keep me sweet. Now, the free pizza was a kicker too. The first couple of weeks, I was too shy to ask for anything but a margarita, but then one day, Pop says, "Come on, son. I know you like your pies heavy with toppings. Go nuts. Ask for whatever you want." And so I did. I tried out so many combinations, so many wild pizza mixtures that, by God, I wish I could remember some of them, because I swear if I could start my own pizza chain with pre-made pizzas using toppings that nobody ever thought of before but are absolutely heaven sent. Now, unfortunately, the events that happened a few months into my time at Soul's Pizza kind of made me forget everything that had gone down, other than the incident. Now, I still remember the fateful order that kicked everything off, though. It was a double pepperoni with extra cheese, side order of garlic bread too, and the delivery address was downtown, somewhere I wasn't familiar with, but I checked the location on a map. Yeah, no MapQuest or GPS or whatever was back then, and I figured that I could get there pretty easily, so I loaded up the pizza, leaped on my bike, and headed toward what I thought was the optimal route to my location. It turns out the location was a series of warehouses, and I should have realized something was wrong then and there, although it wasn't entirely unheard of that we'd deliver to places of work or other odd locations. I stopped the bike, trying to work out exactly where Warehouse 13 was in this maze of identical metal sheds, when suddenly a van comes screeching out of nowhere and pulls to a stop inches from my bike. Now, I'm just kind of left confused at this point. So much so that I don't react when the four masked men come bursting out of the back of the van and just full body snatch me off of my bike, each of them grabbing a limb to stop me from thrashing, and then throw me into the back of the van. Now, stupidly, I remember that the first thing I yelled was that, "Hey, there was a pizza on that bike," and it was going to get cold and had to be delivered before the 35-minute delivery promise was up. Now, one of the three masked men who'd climbed back into the rear of the van with me seemed to find this crazy hilarious and couldn't stop laughing. And I guess the fourth man had gotten into the front passenger seat because another of the guys' open palms slapped the dividing wall, indicating to the driver that we should head off. Now, I winced as I heard the sound and felt the crunch of my bike being run over as the van drove forward. And the next thing I know, I felt a little prick on the side of my neck. One of the guys had shot me up with something, and it only took a minute or two before I was fully out. Now, after being completely blacked out, the next thing I knew, I woke up in what appeared to be a basement. It wasn't some dirty basement, though. It appeared to be at least carpeted and somewhat high quality, which for some reason I found reassuring in the moment. A couple of the men were there too, and at no point did they remove their masks, which I knew from watching way too many action movies and spy movies was... Oh, fuck. I gotta sneeze. Thanks.
Thank you. Gracias. Gracias, mi amor.
Can someone suggest a dating app that doesn't have assholes? Well, I guess that means Grindr's out. That's filled with them. Big, gaping ones. You can cancel a sneeze by pinching your tongue, but that's alright. I don't really want to cancel a sneeze. I want it out of my face. Reddit. How do you meet someone on Reddit? I do actually know a lesbian couple that met on Reddit. They met on a mutual Mad at Men subreddit or something like that, and I went to their wedding. Did I go to their wedding? Maybe not. I don't remember. You found your boyfriend on Reddit. It's the R for R board. What's R for R? I've been ghosted so hard on Hinge a few times. It's all good, man. Ghosting is just part of the process. Just got a graduate level biomedical engineering exam. Don't know how I feel about it. Welcome to the world. It's okay. 10 years from now, you won't even give a shit about anything related to schooling. You'll just be killing it in your career. Hopefully. What's up, tea time? Don't cancel your sneeze. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to get those out of there. Especially while I'm sick. I want to get other people sick. I really wish there was like a way to like tell. Like just some sort of goggles, you know, you could put some like meta glasses on and then just some sort of strange biomarkers that you could see by scanning other people. It would show you which person is like the most likely experiencing like symptoms, and then you could just avoid that person at all cost. Because I genuinely do wonder when I went to that, or you know what I mean, like at what point along the way in an era, in what was presumably a normal day and normal experience, did I come across somebody else that was symptomatic enough to get me sick, besides sucking that homeless guy's asshole. He was nice. You might like him, honestly. I should introduce you. I found my fiance on Tinder. We've been together for 3 years, but definitely after trial and error for years with others. Yeah, for sure. There's a science too. People actually do change their appearances. We obviously just can't tell. Are you talking about Grindr, or what are you talking about? You're so happy today? How come? Tea time? What happened? If you don't get sick for a long time, does your immune system get weaker? Dude, that's a good question, honestly, because at that point, I had not been sick all, like, this past season when everybody else was getting sick, and I literally think it's because every time I was around people that were sick, I took that Zicam, which was, like, heavy with the zinc, and I hear if you just, like, take it before you even, like, right when you get the symptoms, even briefly, at least for me, it felt like it just completely stopped the process, you know, of being sick. So I almost wonder if it was just like building up. I have no clue. Divine Jupiter, welcome back for 7 months, says, hey Joel, any recommendations for dark fantasy books? Also, my B-Day just passed on the 28th. Dark fantasy. What about like dark sci-fi? I remember there was something. I mean, I actually feel like there's one. Wasn't there some weird book I may have looked up on here that inspired H.P. Lovecraft. Oh, this is the one. The House on the Borderland. This very strange early horror novel that many people considered a precursor to the kind of cosmic horror that H.P. Lovecraft later became famous for. Why it's considered influential, Lovecraft admired William Hope Hodgson and mentioned him in his essay Supernatural Horror in Literature. He praised The House on the Borderland as one of the great works of weird fiction. I just put that. What was the guy? William Hope Hodgson. The book has elements that feel very Lovecraftian before Lovecraft. Yeah, there you go. Maybe, I mean, that's not necessarily dark fantasy per se. Yo, the Tinder guy, after 3 years I was planning on marrying her and she cheated after 3. Really loved Tinder until then. Dude, cheating is so weird to me because it's like, that happened to one of my older brothers recently. Like, his birthday is tomorrow actually. But he had gotten cheated on. I didn't ask him about it. He's just kind of a dickhead, but posted some shit on his Facebook. But yeah, if you like don't like someone anymore and you want to go fuck someone else, I just don't really see the point in like not conveying that message to them. I suppose you could check it out. Yeah, no worries. Could be interesting. You get to see like what the inspiration was for like HP, and then you know HP inspired what's his name who wrote The Shining? What's his name? The King of Horror. The King of Weird Scenes in a Sewer. It's not always because you stop liking one person, it's because of selfishness and greed. Yeah, you just want everything. Which I get. I really do get. Like, I get, like, you know, when you start dating someone or whatever, like, you're not just gonna, like, not find other people attractive. But, and maybe that's, like, part of the, you know what I mean? Like, when it comes to, like, sexual arousal for some people, like, it really does come down to, like, the taboo nature of, ooh, I'm gonna have this little soiree on the side, and it excites me psychologically, which is, like, if it's a woman who cheated on you, like, that's, you know, probably exciting for them in some, you know, little book type way or whatever. But, you know, you gotta just, like, hope people have a heart. And that they just call things off before they, before they make you feel inadequate and shitty. Hey, Joel, gotta go to bed, but I'll see you in the next one. Hope you feel better soon, bro. Hey, Nate, thank you, bro. Have a good one. Glad you're getting some sleep. I don't want everything. I want an imperfect man that's perfect for me. Clearly, as a woman, I'm asking for too much. Nah, I think you'll find somebody. I mean, what are you into? Like, do you like nerdy shit, like D&D? Maybe you could go join a D&D thing and meet, like, a nerd. What if they start dating people that look like you? Well, that just means that they got a type, I guess, and you fit that for a bit. You know what I mean? Like, at the end of the day, you just got to be one of those people who are just, like, as much as it sucks to say, you just got to be comfortable being the human you are, because, like, I don't know. It's, like, statistically really, really fucking hard to find some angel, you know, who's not a bad person. It's tough. And it's tough to be the angel who's not a bad person, but as long, you know, I really wish, and I struggle with this too, but I got so many friends that are so obsessed with the idea of relationships all the time, and, like, the hole in their heart that is filled by, like, having said relationships or whatever, but most of the time it just becomes like a drug, right? That they never take the time for, like, self-reflection to, like, look inward and be like, if I were stuck on an island by myself, or if I just had to be alone for the rest of my life because my wiener got blown off by fireworks or something, hypothetically, God forbid, But, how would I still find satisfaction in this world? And I feel like it really comes down to maybe like a hobby or something, right? You gotta have like some sort of passion in you, whether that's fly fishing or basketball or writing or, I don't know, something that I think satisfies you creatively. Yeah, you have to become Stephen King. Once he had his wiener blown off by fireworks, which was his own fault for sticking it in his urethra, he became a great writer. Hey, thank you, Holly. I know a guy who blew a finger off that way and a squirrel took it. Oh my God. He's been looking for that squirrel ever since. The squirrel wears it like a necklace around its neck. The angel falling from heaven is the oldest biblical lesson. Not a religious guy, but damn, they got it. Yeah, it's kind of weird. I feel like, a lot of people say, like, go to therapy, go to therapy, go to therapy. Which it's not to say that, like, going to therapy isn't great. But I feel like this sort of inward self-reflection that kind of, like, also came from participating in, like, religious communities, literally since the dawn of man, is something that's kind of lost on the modern human. So sometimes, rather than existing in those communities that kind of like, sometimes in a group setting, sometimes individually, demand you to be like greater than like, the monkey version of yourself or like the cheating version of yourself or the one that's a glutton or whatever. It challenges you to be something greater than you are in like a spiritually satisfying manner. Whereas there's something about therapy, sometimes I kind of ponder if it's like, it almost like benefits from you like never getting better. Detroiters. My first boyfriend blew his hand up with an M80 at a pile-up state fair, and he got a ticket. Oh my God. And it's so scary because it's like you look at the hand and it's just like, it's just splayed open. And that's the thing is like, you could ignite the fuse, right? And it seems cool and you're like, oh shit, throw it, But at any moment, whatever chemical reaction could occur with the flame near all of that explosive material, that could just ignite faster than you can get rid of it, and your fucking hands are just gone. Do you think people need to follow a religion? I don't know. I mean, I think society probably performs a little bit better. They don't have to be forced to do it, but I think people, I don't know, just for like their long-term sense of community, I think it's existed for that reason, to like give them a sense of national identity, give them a sense of communal identity, give them a sense of like individualized identity and a direction for like a larger and grander purpose. And doesn't mean it's always going to be like some end-all be-all, like it really comes down to the individual. But I think it definitely helps to like unify things for sure and make sense of reality, whereas like in this very like modern, cold, atheistic, like consumeristic world that just seems to love to shit on religion, it's like, well, what else is there to replace it other than just like an infinite form of like, lack of communal identity, lack of national identity, lack of really any identity, to the point that eventually you just like would rather watch everything nihilistically fall apart around you than like strive for the continuation of that which made it at least sustainable. The endocrinologist I went to wants to give me SSRIs because he said I'm depressed based on a questionnaire he did. Doctors love pushing pills. Yeah, for sure. Fuck all that shit. I don't believe in religion because religion is man-made church rules. I believe in a relationship with God, and I just don't have to be perfect because he does not expect us to be perfect. Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, like, I haven't been to church in forever, but I used to go a lot. But there are parts of me that I'm like, I think I would benefit from being in, like, some degree of, like, communal organization where they, like, talk about a shared belief of sorts, or, like, a longing for something beyond themselves. And, sometimes it can get kind of annoying, or that people, it can be kind of weird and strange, because some of the reasons I hated going to church was I was like, what the fuck are all these people talking about? But at the same time, I'm like, setting my selfish side aside and just listening to them, basically going through the same sort of confusion every mortal human goes through, I think is probably beneficial to a degree. Have you ever done 4th of July stories? I do believe, yeah. Religion isn't something I agree with, but it's uniting, creating ability cannot be denied. Yeah, I mean, as long as it doesn't go into, like, the insane thing where you create some, like, religious caliphate that, you know, fucking hurts people, right? Because obviously we can see when religion goes too far, mixes itself with government. Good for some, bad for all. Yeah, my parents never forced religion. I turned out religious, weirdly enough. That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, my parents didn't either. I remember in like high school, some friends invited me to like a Bible study, and I had always had like a generalized desire to commune with something above myself, just, you know, in the silence of my own personal reflection. And so like I felt like that kind of like filled that void and made sense of it in some ways. Short girls or tall girls or average height girls, I don't care. They're all beautiful. I don't like when some of the preachers pockets the donation given to church. Yeah, it's no good, for sure. I've definitely had some experiences with preachers who are not so great people when you really get to know them. Even more so when, like, one of my bigger frustrations is like, you know, I guess you can like hold two ideas at once, or somebody can be a bad person in some ways but good in others. But like I told you about that, you know, I started that gym, and then the pastor that I started it with like kind of fucked me over financially, and it became yeah, my gym partner. Yeah. And like but then, you know, in other times it's like, now that we're kind of past that and things are getting better, he'll sit there and try to like, you know, give me some sort of like speaking from an authority figure type perspective towards, you know, Christianity or whatever. And it's just tough because I just like want to be like, why don't you clean up your fucking life first, you dickhead? You know, like, why don't you be something better and beyond? And, you know, I think it was you, Justin, that kind of put it in the mind. I'm like, you know what, maybe he's just a fucking idiot. Maybe the reason he is not doing as well as he could be, or as much as I want him to be, is because he's just dumb. Like, he's just tired and dumb, and that's it. And that's fine. Some people are allowed to be dumb. That's okay. But don't be dumb and evil. Like, for fuck's sake, that's like a special place in hell, predestined. A cauliflower fate, yeah. It's the religion of broccoli. Where am I on this shit? We were asking trivia questions, and we still got this shit to go. Dude, my shit's clearing up, though, after that sneeze. Never holding a sneeze, guys. And if you do it right in someone's mouth. Just kidding. Glyphosate. Who knows, man? I don't know what the fuck's going on in the world. At this point, like, all the fucking conspiracies, I mean, like, the fact that this, you know, Department of Justice is, like, openly releasing information that they all, you know, are openly saying is, like, pretty much confirming every, like, conspiracy we've, like, pondered about previously. The fact that there's still people whose brains are, like, so conditioned to, like, shame others for holding conspiratorial thoughts about, like, power structures, I just can't wrap my head around that. Like, how you can even, like, feel a degree of pompous sense of entitlement that, like, there aren't crazy shit going on. So if there's something being sprayed out of the air that's making me sick, for as many as, like, declassified weird government projects occur, I wouldn't be fucking surprised, man. All they do is, like, plan and scheme in the background, man. Did you see the supposed video of Obama admitting to aliens? Yeah, fuck him, dude. Who gives a shit? Just, we're gonna, like, what's gonna happen is we're gonna hear about aliens, then they're gonna talk about it, and then there's, you know, the thing that you can probably anticipate with, like, aliens is that it's eventually going to become some type of, like, ambiguous, open-ended, terroristic threat, right? It's going to be, like, some sort of, like, unifying thing that we should all be afraid of, that could hit us at any moment. It's never going to, like, I mean, maybe they will. Maybe they'll land and talk or whatever. Supposedly they've already landed and made, like, didn't they make, like, deals with Hoover or something back in the day? I don't know. But it's going to be just like these weird vehicles you're going to see in the sky, and then they commit weird acts of, like, violence. And then everyone's like, oh, we need to centralize control. Everything needs to be under AI and, you know, all this shit, you know. And so it's just always going to be, like, sort of a threat from the shadows, similar to terrorism, right? And, you know, it's how it always goes. It's how it always will be. 2 more soldiers died fighting Iran. What do you mean? Who voted no on Taco Bell? Good question, Jensen. Just need to see who I'm banning. Project Bluebeam. Yeah, I don't know exactly where Project Bluebeam fits in the timeline. I almost feel like a Project Bluebeam would be like... Wouldn't you think a Project Bluebeam would be like after World War III? You have like World War III, everything's fucked. I mean, even though it's already going on right now, right? But like... And then whenever things are like wildly chaotic, then you introduce an even greater chaos of... Yeah, Project Blue Balls, yeah. You're one of them glass half empty type guys. Yeah, maybe a little too much. But, you know, you gotta have a healthy dose of skepticism of the future to keep them honest. What's my favorite conspiracy theory? None of them, man. They used to be fun, you know, back in the day, dude. Back in like 2010 to 2014, I would just like fall asleep listening to like every stupid conspiracy like podcast ever. And then it got to the point where I'm like, where it starts feeling like it's all just like coming true and there's nothing you can do about it. That now I'm like, this isn't fun anymore. Which one genuinely pisses me off? That like every war for the past 100 years or more may all correlate to like one big fucking real estate project. And we all just have to go along with it and pretend like it's somehow good and you can't criticize it, and if you do, you're a bad person, you know, just fucking dumb as shit. A couple of the men were there too, and at no point did they remove their masks, which I knew from watching way too many action and spy movies might actually be a good sign. Now, they barely spoke to me, but told me that I'd be fine as long as I just shut up and stayed put and did anything I was told. I spent the next 3 days in that basement, and I'd be lying if I said that it was a hellish time. And I'd be lying if I'd said that it wasn't hell. Although the constant fear that they could turn on me and kill me at any moment, you know, it was just kind of a buzzkill. Now, I was given 1 meal a day and a glass of water whenever I asked for one, and I was also escorted to the bathroom in an adjoining room whenever I asked to go. Now, it was the 1 meal a day that had me curious, though. It was pizza. Every meal was pizza. And not just pizza, but pizza from another rival mom-and-pop pizza restaurant a few blocks over from the joint I worked at. Now, naturally, I assumed that this was some pizza parlor gang turf war, and I couldn't have been more wrong, though. Being fed pizza from the rival joint was just the kidnapper's idea of a joke, I guess. And so after 3 days of being vaguely threatened with death but treated bizarrely well, I was shot up again with whatever knocked me out the last time. And the next thing I know, I'm lying on the sidewalk outside of Soul Pizza. My old place of employment was now boarded up, with crime scene tape covering a number of the boards. And eventually, after pulling myself together and heading into a pharmacy to grab some Tylenol, bizarrely the kidnappers had dropped me off with $20 in my shirt pocket, despite the fact that I was carrying no cash when they grabbed me. And I made my way to the local cop shop. Directed energy weapons for the unaware, yeah. In the future, you could do a past story trivia chat poll where you ask a question about the plot of a past story and give 3 to 4 choices about how the story ended. I'm confident I'll guess the answer. It's kind of funny you say that because, like, at the end of YouTube videos, maybe you saw it in other YouTube videos, but there's like trivia that I can ask. I'm like, what the fuck am I going to ask? And like, you know, aliens don't exist. Yeah, maybe not. I don't know. At least in our current form, the one that is going to become a threat probably would be just reverse engineered, you know, government technology. Which who knows if they're, I mean, whether they're interdimensional or just from another galaxy far away. Strauss outdoors with the 20. I don't want to think about pizza anymore. Had it like the last 2 days. Dude, no worries. Where'd you get it from? I haven't had pizza in fucking forever. Paid $20 to be kidnapped and threatened. That delivery boy got ripped off. I know, right? Who's flying the UFOs then? What do you mean? It would just be humans. Or they'd be like autonomously driven. You don't need to be an alien to fly a fucking flying saucer. Eventually, after pulling myself together and heading into a pharmacy to grab some Tylenol, bizarrely, the kidnappers had dropped me off with $20 in my shirt pocket, despite the fact that I was carrying no cash when they grabbed me, and I made my way to the local police station. And then I told them everything. How I'd been grabbed, how I'd been strangely well treated, and how Soul Pizza was now closed down. Now, the desk sergeant was really weird and strange when he responded. Like, I really had to encourage him to take the details of my story down. And eventually he did so, going through the motions, but then he gave me this sort of knowing look and told me that I should count myself lucky, because the people I worked for, the lovely elderly couple who had been a pizza joint staple since I was a kid, were not good people at all. He then explained that there had been a police raid while I was kidnapped, and wasn't that weird and lucky that I hadn't been caught in the crossfire and ended up safe. And then he asked me to pass his regards to my much older brother, who himself was a cop working vice at another department. Now, it was all incredibly baffling and strange, at least until I spent some time thinking about it. You see, I'm pretty sure that the guys who kidnapped me were the cops, doing a favor for my brother, and I think he'd want to ensure that I wasn't wrapped up in all of that. And so instead of doing what any sensible brother would do by taking me aside and explaining things, he had his cop friends kidnap me and scare me half to death as a way of ensuring that I didn't accidentally get shot and killed. And that's the best case scenario I can come up with anyway. Everything else results in me coming even closer to almost dying, and that's all too hard to comprehend. My brother has sadly passed away now, so I can't ask him, but I'd like to think that he was my guardian angel that day. Otherwise, it was mere luck and the grace of God that prevented me from losing my entire life over becoming a pizza delivery boy from my favorite childhood restaurant. Could he not have asked the brother, like, the day it fucking happened, for fuck's sake? Like, what? I waited until my brother was dead to be like, oh, I should ask him what the fuck happened. Like, what the fuck are they talking about? Do you think we pair with Taurus garbage disposal? Oh, sorry. Some girls might be into that sneeze, just like the one girl on 1,000 Ways to Die loves drinking vomit. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, man. Alright, so that was story numero poopo. Send me PA food, I'll pay you back. Where are you at, Justin? Are you back in Yopan? Grab a Ouija board and ask the brother. Which brother? Oh, yeah, in the story. I don't know. I'm just like, how, like, what? You couldn't have asked him, like, right, or like anybody in your family, or you couldn't have come to any determined. It was just like we talked to the cops and they were like, "Oh, stay out of it, buddy." Like, there's no other follow up to that, even though it was literally kidnapped. Just pretend like it's just chill. It just doesn't make any fucking sense. It won't be as flavorful if it was the original oven, but the satellite locations taste good too. He can't go back to Japan, he's banned. Yeah, he got too many of them pregnant. He repopulated Japan. What's up, Drew C? Yeah, nobody filed a missing person. Like, it just, I don't know. It's just like too much. Too fucking much, man. Alright, that explains why that UFO was so interested all then times. It was just future me. Perhaps. They find that one lady yet? I don't think so. Oh yeah, let's do another trivia question. Oh wait, where am I? I was a little kid. For reasons we'll go into, I live in my... Oh yeah. Give me a trivia question. You guys ready for this? Dun, dun, dun. What is the only planet in our solar system that rotates on its side with an axial tilt of about 98 degrees? Don't cheat. Alright, night moon. Salutations, fine shits. So the question again is, what is the only planet in our solar system that rotates on its side with an axial tilt of about 98 degrees? I'm watching space videos. I was watching space videos. I was actually watching a video about humpback whales earlier, and I don't know, the channel was so good. Like, they're not a big channel, but it just had a ton of footage of, you know, humpback whales going like into deep depths, and like when they sleep like vertical, so they all just look like floating pillars, and then they go down and capture and fight fucking huge, you know, what are they called? Fucking giant squids. The answer? Uranus. That is not a joke answer. That is the true answer to what planet in our solar system rotates on its side with an axial tilt of about 98 degrees. I went to Uranus and everybody knew you. I'm not staying up to hear the answer to the trivia question, then I'm going to bed for real. No worries. They sleep vertically. Yeah, dude, it's crazy. And then, like, you know, they used to like hunt a ton of like humpback whales because they would use the oils to like lubricate machines and create you know what I mean, like oil lanterns and shit like that. But whenever they would hunt these humpback whales, like the humpback whales would like fuck them up pretty bad. And then they would see that the humpback whales had like suction cup scars and stuff on their skin, which they thought was really strange, and come to find out that they would hunt these. Like, the only reason we even found out that giant squids exist was because of finding them in the stomachs of the humpback whales and all that kind of stuff. And I think a lot of the times they may have mistaken humpback whales for the kraken, just because of like visually, whenever you're fighting those creatures out in the ocean, you like just wouldn't have any idea what the fuck's going on. Or I think they would call them like Leviathan. I'm saying all this, it sounds more mythological than it probably is, but Atya, welcome to the Buttersaw Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you. If you like great white sharks, there's a channel called Malibu Artists, and he uses drones to watch them and warn surfers. It's really cool. That's crazy. Do all the sharks, do they just like wander up to you, or do they always like come from the bottom and attack you? Are you sure they're humpbacks and not sperm whales? Oh yeah, did I fuck that up? Sperm whales. Oh, it is sperm whales. I'm an idiot. My bad. Sorry, it is the sperm whale. Maybe I didn't want to say it. The cum whale. Yeah. You should look up pictures of sperm whales sleeping. It's just like they are all together in their pods, just like floating vertically. It's pretty cool. No, it's all good. I don't know how I mix those up. Humpbacks are cool too. Lagoon whales. You're thinking about giant squids. Humpbacks, whales is a whale. Giant squid is a kraken. No, I know, but like, I mean, in the video, when I was listening to the sperms, like, I think the things that they would ponder about what's attacking them or whatever may have, well, I don't even know. And you hear them say that they like would fight these like sperm whales and stuff, and, you know, be confused because they look very strange, right? But at the same time, then you see like divers in the modern day like swimming with sperm whales, and like the sperm whales actually seem kind of like nice. Like they seem like of an intelligence that's similar to like an orca, where they don't really attack humans much. And it just seems, I don't know, pretty fascinating creatures. Should you read Moby Dick? I guess so, if you're bored. Could be good. Who knows? Then you read it and you're like, all right, I read Moby Dick once. My favorite star is like that. It's called Arturian, and I can't remember the spelling. It's orange, and you can see it best in June. It's sideways, surfing around and pretty. Nice. Orcas, bro? Killer whales, bro? No, dude, they're like generally pretty nice to people, right? I mean, they call them killer whales, but I think they fuck everything else up. I mean, orcas have been known to ram boats, yes. But some of the more recent like rammings of boats have, from what I've heard, have been like mistaken confusion from like adolescent orcas, and they may or may not be hearing like certain frequencies which from the boats that drive them crazy or whatever. Let me look it up. Are there any known attacks on humans from orcas in the wild? All right. So, no verified fatal attacks on humans by orcas in the wild have ever been recorded. That in and of itself should be pretty cool to hear. There are a few rare encounters where orcas interact with people, but they did not result in deaths. 1972, California surfer incident, a surfer reported being bumped by an orca after it likely mistook his surfboard silhouette for a seal. The orca released him immediately and he survived with minor injuries. Kayaker and swimmer encounters. Occasionally orcas approach kayaks, paddleboards, or swimmers out of curiosity, but documented cases show them losing interest pretty quickly. And why the attacks are so rare. Most orca populations have very specific prey: fish, seals, sharks, etc., and humans aren't part of their diet. Orcas are extremely intelligent and may recognize humans as something unusual rather than prey. Orcapods pass hunting behaviors down socially. If humans aren't hunted, their behavior does not emerge. Yeah. Isn't that cool? And then the most infamous involved Tilikum, the orca involved in the deaths of 3 people, including trainer Don Brush on SeaWorld. But if you've ever seen the movie Blackfish, where Tilikum, kills his trainers, it's because he's like literally trapped in this place. And he was also from like an opposing orca pod that was like separate from the other orcas. So he was like socially outcast by the other orcas or something. And I don't know, basically went fucking insane. So the only documented attacks on humans is like whenever we literally captured them and put them on, displayed them and shit. Hence why it's like they, are pretty fucking intelligent creatures. It's a very sad documentary, but worth watching. Your ignorance and prejudice is now cured. No more whale racism from you ever again. We will now import 3 million orcas to replace you. Alright. Next story. We saw a dead whale by the beach one time. Half of it, the smell was awful. Oh, yeah. What's up, Illusion? How we doing? Orcas are incredibly intelligent. They're cruel, but it doesn't justify them being captive. Yeah, I mean, they're cruel against the things they hunt, but, I mean, we're cruel too, if you want to. I mean, mainly it's just like comes down to a certain state of play. We were just talking about Blackfish, yeah. Imagine 300 orcas in your room trying to jork you. Yeah, it would be probably a perfect world. Probably heaven. Probably what's waiting for me in heaven whenever I blow myself up. Just kidding. When I was a little kid, for reasons I won't go into, I lived with my maternal grandparents around 80% of the time. Time spent with Mom and her various boyfriends was not so good. But on the other hand, Grandma doted over me. Grandpa was stoic, a regimental man who showed me nothing but respect, but we weren't close in the same way Grandma and I were. Now, from an early age, I'd learned that being coddled was a bad thing, so I made sure to try my best and live up to Grandpa's belief that I should be a railroad. If an orca attacks a human, more will come and kill them. Maybe that's why they don't. Oh, the orcas come and kill the other orcas? Joel, you'll now have to learn about sharks so you can stop being racist to them. Yeah, fuck sharks. Me and the orcas all hate sharks. We play with sharks. Me on my Japanese fishing boat. We have like a whole team of orcas around us just straight up targeting great whites. Blowing them up with M80s. Blackfish, Pumping Iron, Civil by Ken Burns, best docs ever. I've never seen Civil. What's that about? Oh, Civil War. That was a documentary? Is that recent? Hey, pretty girl 0501. What's up, dude? From an early age, I'd learned that being coddled was a bad thing. So I made sure to try my best and live up to Grandpa's belief that I should be a real man, trademark. And then when he wasn't looking, which was most of the time, I'd happily let Grandma baby me and treat me like her special little boy. Cookies, treats, $1 slipped in my pocket here and there, and the kind of freedom and pleasant treatment that I most certainly did not get at home on the rare occasions when Mom was ruled subtly suitable. What the fuck is this? On the rare occasions when Mom was ruled suitable to... Oh. God fucking damn it. It's like I think I'm making it through it. No good. He just reads a bunch of letters from the vets at the time in like chronological order as the war is going on, and he gets deep. Yeah. Man, war is so fucking stupid, bro. I saw this video earlier where like some Marine was dressed in his Marine garb and he like went to some meeting with a senator or whatever, you know, public thing, you know, and he was, I don't know if this was in Memphis or what it was, but he was basically just saying that he didn't want, you know, to go die for Israel or go fight wars for Israel. And literally the cops just like fucking beat the shit out of him, bro. Like they were just like, as soon as he got up to like scream some shit about his, you know, like actually served, presumably, and like had any sort of criticisms, it was just like he was instantaneously shit on. And it's just like such a weird thing that we have like a form of law enforcement that will like go out of its way to completely destroy you. Yeah, they broke his fucking arm too. They broke his fucking arm because he's speaking out, you know? Like God fucking forbid people like say anything anymore. It is disgraceful. It's incredibly disgraceful. I mean, it's like it's the people you want to go die for you, and they can't like have a fucking opinion on it. Did you read the Jim Carrey thing being a hoax? And last time on stream we were just shitting on him. Yeah, but then I was hearing that his publicist said that it was actually him, so I have no fucking clue anymore. I don't know what reality is. Playing Resident Evil 9, I heard it was good.
One of the best Resident Evils ever.
You can hear Pradeep digging around in this shitbox. Tried to brace against the door frame and they took him down and broke his arm. I mean, what would, like, think about that. Like, it's not like he was, like, to disturb a public discourse does not require, like, forceful removal instantaneously. Like, as soon as he spoke, it was like he was instantaneously set upon by police. And it's just, like, weird to think that there's never, like, a moment in that process where they think to themselves, like, fuck me, man, maybe I shouldn't treat this guy like shit. I don't know, man. Cookies, treats, $1 slipped in my pocket here and there, and the kind of freedom and pleasant treatment that I most certainly did not get at home on the rare occasions when Mom was ruled suitable to look after me, and also decided to make the effort to demand that her mother send me back to her. Now thankfully, by the time I reached around 12 years old, I'm pretty sure Mom had either completely given up caring or forgotten that I existed altogether. And the last time I saw her involved... a scream... What the fuck is this saying? What's up, Dirty Dog? How you doing? Good to see you. You're waiting for your Taco Bell? Nice, dude. The Mexican cleanse. Oh, man. You love me. I love you too, bro. Good to see you. Oh, dude, earlier I think I was so dehydrated from being sick that I like stretched and like the muscles in between my shoulder blades all like cramped up, and then now that's like not gone away. It's fucking terrible. Curious, broski, Marvel or DC? I mean, I like the Hulk, right? Because he's not fucking lame. I like Spider-Man-ish. I like, but I mean, I like Batman a lot. I mean, I don't know. I think they're both pretty cool. I mean, obviously the movies in more recent times, like Marvel started out really strong and DC struggled to really catch up. I haven't watched the newest Superman movie. I heard it was good though. And like a lot of the more recent Marvel movies are just kind of like dog shit. I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, they're all cool characters, right? It just depends on how they're presented and where you prefer to like consume them. Do you like the hunk because he's violent and you like violence, as we learned from you? Yeah, I mean, he just like solves he's just simple, you know? He's like a genius, right? And then all of a sudden he gets mad and he gets buck wild with it and just solves all his problems by smashing. Hey, Jen, Mary, good to see you. First time here. Yeah, we just record stories and chill for tomorrow's video. The last time I saw her involved I keep fucking this one up. The last time I saw her involved... Why does this sound so weird? The last time I saw her involved I don't know why. Like, knowing that that's gonna flow like that seems so weird. Hunk? Question mark? The last time I saw her involved a screaming... The last time I saw her involved a screaming fight and my grandparents silently marching me away from the house. I haven't seen or spoken to my mother since in 10 years, and I'd be lying if I said I regret it. Everything with Grandma and Grandpa was like a dream compared to my upbringing. Like I said, as an ex-army guy, Grandpa could be a bit regimental, but I never actually got to see him act out any of his warnings. I think he just felt like he should make vague rumblings about being a strict father figure. Honestly, the idea of disappointing Grandpa and not growing up into a good, clean, classic man was enough to keep me on the straight and narrow by itself, but maybe that's just who I was, a very regular, normal guy. Now, one of my favorite activities with Grandma was the Christmas card run. There would be no mailing Christmas cards with Grandma, at least not to anyone within a 40-minute driving distance of our home, and Grandma and Grandpa were both extremely popular figures in the community, so they had a pretty extensive Christmas card list. Right up until my early teens, I used to get genuinely excited about doing the Christmas card rounds with Grandma in early December, and it really felt like the season had truly begun. Now, I loved it. Right up until the time I stopped loving it anymore because we both almost died purely for delivering Christmas cards. It was a crisp, cold morning, the kind that you don't mind being cold because it feels like Christmas is in the air. We were headed to the third delivery of the day. This year, we had so many cards to hand deliver that we set aside that Thursday and Friday. The recipients were on the elderly... The recipients... Let's not disappoint Grandpa. It is tough. It is crazy, like, how in just, like, a short period of time, you know, you go from, like, hard-ass Grandpa to what we are now, and, like, I never can imagine myself being like my grandpa that I can imagine. But it's, like, also weird to think, like, it makes you wonder, like, how hard was his dad, and how hard was his dad before? You know what I mean? Like, how fucking hard-ass were people not even that many generations ago? And was it ever a time where, like, there was just, like, a peak, you know, a peak period of hard-assness? Like, nobody ever got any softer? And is it because they make us wear spandex underwear? Ass Cancer, welcome back for 20 months. Hey, blind listener here. Keep up the awesome stories, but maybe get over that cold first. Thank you. I appreciate you. Should do a horror game stream again soon, for real, for real. Yeah, what do we play, dude? Are we gonna play Resident Evil? I really do like the story-based games, so like Resident Evil could be fun, but I don't know. This is gonna sound bad, but I watched a little bit of like the Resident Evil 9 gameplay, and it kind of seemed like Gnome Burglars. I did play that, but I feel like it's not like finished enough to actually play it. I still, once again, I really like to do like the more linear horror story games, so like, you know, hence those side scrollers, or hence the ones where you just like are kind of wandering and solving puzzles, but also getting spooked. Do a Chilla's art game. But I don't know if you remember the remake of Resident Evil 2. That one had some really interesting like physics to like the shooting and stuff, which I do believe that they maintain to a degree in Resident Evil 9, but it does kind of seem like the physics are not quite where you would imagine them to be. Bro, do the new one. I heard a lot of people deleted it because some got too scared, but I haven't really watched much of it. Too scared? Oh, good. Chill's art is cool. What's Chill's art? The short indie horror story games. Oh, okay, nice. I think one is called Backroom. Okay. Sims for Life, yeah. Remember the first Resident Evil was captivating jump scares. That was the last time I really enjoyed video games. Yeah, I think when I was younger, I was like too scared to play any of the Resident Evil, even all the way up to like 9th grade, whenever I remember Resident Evil 4 came out. My one friend loved it, was obsessed with it. Let me borrow it. I played it through like the first part, and I was just like, I don't like this at all. It's too scary. I really didn't play like an honest like horror game all the way through till like Dead Space. Whenever I think I was like 17 or something like that, and Dead Space, the first one, came out, and I forced myself to play through all of it, even though I was like fucking terrified the whole time. The Backrooms movie. Oh shit, that should be interesting. The recipients were an elderly couple, older than Grandma and Grandpa, who they went to bingo with and occasionally got together with, along with a few other couples from that social circle. I forget their names now, bizarrely, but we'll just call them the James couple. Now, Mr. James was one of those quiet, balding, bespectacled guys who Grandpa had told me, almost disapprovingly, was into model trains and bird watching. He'd never served in the army due to a bum knee. Again, something Grandpa told me, although this time he almost said it with regret for the man, like the fella had missed out in life by not having dodged bullets and Nam like Grandpa had. Now, Mrs. James was known as something of a firecracker, and more than once she'd accused newcomers of cheating at bingo and woebetied anyone who promised her bottles of baked goods for various sales and raffles and then didn't end up delivering. And the plan was just to walk up to the front door, slide the card through the mail slot, and then leave. Sometimes we'd knock and spend 5 minutes with Grandma shooting the breeze, but the Jameses weren't really... First time listener, would you mind shaving me? Yeah, let's get the oil ready. We'll get you nice and shiny. My sister played at night and we shared a room, and she had to put tape in her mouth because of the screaming. That's funny. She had the rain back sometimes. I missed it, to be honest. Yeah, I wonder which one had rain. I know some of the longer compilation ones had rain. You all want to shave Joel? No, you don't understand. They want me to shave them, which does come with one of the higher Patreon tiers, just for clarification. Shearing. They call it the shearing tier. Sharon, welcome back. Or no, thank you for the 5 gifters to Luciana, Marianka, Jacqueline Thomas, King Bulo, Flips Valdez. Welcome, friends. Thank you, Sharon. What's tonight, by the way? It's like delivery stories. This one's kind of not necessarily delivery driver, but they are delivering something. Sometimes we'd knock and spend 5 minutes with Grandma shooting the breeze. But the Jameses weren't really small talk material, just friendly enough to be on the Christmas list. We had just reached the front door when an ear-splitting crash rocked my world and the door splintered outwards. I dove left, Grandma dived right, and it's a miracle neither of us were hit. We were both disoriented from the sound of the shot, which left us with a kind of disorienting tinnitus. And over the din, we could hear Mrs. James yelling, seemingly at Mr. James about the hussy he'd been seeing. More shotgun blasts could be heard from inside the house, and Mr. James was arguing in an almost infuriating... High on Life 2. Yeah, I heard High on Life 2 was funny. Hey, Mystery, what's up, dude? Where you been? Trying to list all the videos. One at a time. More shotgun blasts could be heard from inside the house, and Mr. James was arguing in an almost infuriatingly calm voice that Mrs. James needed to be reasonable about this and understand that men have needs and that she meant nothing to him. Now to this day, I have no idea why Grandma didn't just force us to hightail it back to the car, but she always was a bit of a gossiper. Instead, she encouraged me to just crouch down, hidden behind this brick garden wall. Instead, she encouraged me to crouch down, hidden behind this brick wall, and we listened as James... Dude, what the fuck is going on? I was like doing so good, and now I'm just like fucked in my butt. I think I'm getting better as the stream goes on, though. Instead, she encouraged me to crouch down, hidden behind the brick wall. Instead, she encouraged me to crouch down, hidden behind a brick wall, and we listened as the James couple argued with each other, punctuated by shotgun blasts that didn't seem to come close to hitting their targets, but were shooting splinters out of the wooden walls, blowing out windows and all sorts of stuff. Now, how Mr. James had the absolute balls to face down his obviously insane wife, I'll never know. All I can assume is that he was somehow 100% confident that she wouldn't shoot him. However, they had no idea anyone was outside, and while Grandma made me crouch there, gathering the gossip while I trembled in complete terror, another shotgun blast came bursting through the window right above my head. Now, a piece of the buckshot even clipped my ear, I think, and I started screaming, thinking I'd been shot. And that's what shook Grandma out of her lunacy. She had to get her grandson out of there, and get me out of there she did. And with superhuman strength, Grandma swooped me up over her shoulder and power ran toward the car, successfully managed to open the driver's side door and throw me through in one fell swoop. And then she dived in behind me, and finally, we drove around the block from the James's house. Now, these were the days before cell phones, but thankfully someone had called the cops, and suddenly screaming sirens and lights came charging down the street. Grandma said that was our cue to leave because we had too many cards to deliver and not enough time to give a statement to the police. And besides, they never even know we were there. A long story short, I had nightmares for months afterwards about delivering Christmas cards that blew up in my hand. Mrs. James was charged with criminal damage, neglect, and mishandling of a firearm, but received a suspended sentence. Now, this was aided by the fact that Mr. James did not press charges, and in fact, the couple stayed together. Crazy Grandma. It happened yesterday, but I had to fly back home and go straight back to the hospital. He's doing okay. Oh. I should get an AAC device for times like when I get sick with strep and I can talk. Yeah. Oh my god. Dude, I need like something that can just dig into my scapula and just remove all those knots in one go. This was aided by the fact that Mr. James did not press charges, and in fact the couple stayed together after all that ordeal. Grandma and Grandpa avoided them as best as possible at bingo, though, and did not socialize with them anymore. They never admitted to the couple that we'd been there that day, and frankly, I'm glad, because I'm not sure that I could have stomached having to face Mrs. James again as she tried to apologize for almost accidentally killing us. What was that? We still continued delivering Christmas cards together for the next few years, until my high school studies meant that I was a little too busy to spend as much time with Grandma. But I'm happy to report that after that insane shooting incident, Grandpa removed the Jameses couple from her Christmas list, and we never had to deliver to them again. Taylor Miller with the 2, get yourself a lacrosse ball. I actually do. I actually have something else as well. It's like a lacrosse ball with like spikes on it and stuff, and that's really helpful, but it's just so annoying to me because it's just such a process and it never quite gets it completely. You got divorced and ignored? Who'd you get ignored by? Your husband? Beard battle? What if like we did and then yours lit on fire and then you were completely baby-faced? Another trivia question. Yes. Another trivia question, please. What is the largest organ in the human body? Do I breathe fire? No, it's just from the friction. Alright, Beth is cheating. She's looking this shit up on the internet. You guys are right, though. It is the skin. The epidermis. She's just a trivia wizard. I love trivia. I have too much random knowledge in my head. That's okay. Keep it packed away deep inside. Impure, but all work goes to Honey. Who's Honey? Who's this Honey character? Honey Boo Boo? Oh my god, I gotta sneeze again. This is gonna be hell. Joel, what sound does the shoebill bird make? I don't know. For some reason, I feel like it has a really deep sound. Oh, it makes a machine gun sound. Oh my god. I'm so clogged up. Oh god. What am I gonna do for myself? We have to send $10 trillion more. Somewhere, I don't know where though. If everything must have a creator, who created God? Maybe we did. Maybe it's just like a cyclical back and forth paradox. God created us and then we created God, and it's just the snake eating its own tail. Get the neti pot. I do have one, but I'll be honest with you, sometimes I do that and it's almost like the liquid in it pushes further back into my sinuses and sort of makes things worse. Should it be flattering or offensive when people think you are 18 years old? I guess it just depends on how old you are. I mean, if you look young, it's sometimes a good thing, because then you're just stay youthful forever. Why does anything exist at all instead of nothing? Well, yeah, I don't know. I guess that's also implying the question that existence couldn't, that there could be no existence, because we only really know existence, right? And this sort of abstract idea of reality, but we don't know that there's nothing. Maybe there never was a concept of nothing. Maybe it's all one, one and beyond. There was never a zero. I yawn 100 times more in a row. It's called a yawn attack. Yawn attack, go! Joel, bro, you like 24? Dude, I don't know everybody's age in the fucking chat. But honestly, I feel like at 24 you can still look pretty fucking young. And honestly, if they say you look 18, that's a good thing. I have like friends who had that kind of baby face and stuff, and now they still look like youngins. Forever youthful. A few people tonight thought I was in my mid-20s when I'm in my 30s. Oh, well, definitely nobody's gonna know your age on the internet, you know what I mean? Having a chubby face helps for real. Little baby. Hello, Joel. I love your videos. I listen to them every day during my shifts, and I was past the time, and currently I'm at work popping in because I never have a chance to see your lives. Well, hello, WBs. Good to see you. Thank you for listening. You need about tree fitty? Alright, I'll send it. You get a tree fitty, and you get a tree fitty. I'll take anybody think I'm younger than I am. They usually underestimate by a decade. It's great. Nice. Yeah, whenever I clean up my facial hair, it's like literally a decade back. What is the ground of identity? I guess it's all subjective to one's individual self. I think the worst kind of identity is the one that other people kind of like, the framework that other people give you. It's like you subconsciously almost like have no choice but to like latch on to something. Do you think that God stays up in heaven because he lives in fear of what he's created? I think so, because, I mean, doesn't it say, like, once people sinned or whatever, like, God can't be in the presence of that sin? And so, like, in many ways, it's almost like his perfection is like a complete opposing force to our imperfection, and therefore, it would, I don't know, who knows what would happen. Maybe it causes the whole universe to collapse in and on itself if he were to have to place himself in front of us, external from like some sort of emissary. Do you ever go barefaced? Not anymore, no. I always have some type of facializing hair. Because then I look really fucking baby face whenever it's bad. Do people think my oldest are my sisters, that my youngest are my daughter's daughter? Oh yeah, I saw that in Resident Evil 9. In the beginning of Resident Evil 9, one of the main characters has a mom, and they look like sisters, like actually like look like sisters, but then it's her mom, and it makes like no sense. I'm like, is everybody a fucking model in this game? I mean, even Leon's supposed to be in his 50s, and he looks like he aged like 7 days, especially for someone who like doesn't sleep and fights zombies for a living. I'm also one of the only people in my age that can grow a full head of hair by a decade, apparently, so that's cool. Nice, dude. You gotta make everyone wigs. What's up, Slay? Okay, and so, another story we shall narrate. No, I'm just going to admit this up front. I was an absolute a-hole in college. Like the kind of smug, not quite rich jokester, prankster who thinks he's way funnier than he is. And I'm also glad this was around 15 years ago, because a few years later, and I genuinely think that I would have tried to launch a career as one of those intolerable YouTube pranksters. You know the ones I'm talking about. Now thankfully my pranking days extended solely to being the class clown. And this led to a certain fraternity paying attention to me and encouraging me to pledge, so I did. Honestly, I loved the hazing. I was the one getting pranked, sure, but it made me the center of attention, and I was always up for going a step further than my fellow pledges. Now looking back, I probably came across like the most cringe tryhard imaginable, and the frat bros scouting me out must have thought that they'd lucked out with a clueless gooner like me. Now, I still wonder to this day whether if things had turned out differently, I would have been rejected from the fraternity anyway, and I kind of think that maybe I would have as the ultimate prank. And so when I was doing my initiation, it was back when Amazon had just gotten really big, and with their meteoric rise, we'd also seen a decline in the quality of delivery drivers. It was that weird period between Amazon drivers treating your packages like a Goomba from Mario, and Ring doorbells only existing for the rich and famous. And so regularly, Amazon packages were just free for the taking, dumped into people's yards or left on their front doorsteps ready for some complete idiot like me to come along and swipe them, and then inevitably trash the contents unless it was something really good, which it never was. Now, I must have stolen upwards of 15 packages from poor, stupid Amazon customers. Now, one time I got a box of lingerie, and another time there was this wiener pump, and those are literally the only two remotely interesting things I stole. Mostly I just took people's vitamins, a dog bowl, a little plush toy, and some exercise equipment and other assorted stuff. And then one day, I saw it. A large tantalizing package sitting on a doorstep just there for the taking. It had to be something good, like a microwave oven or a custom kitchen delivery. It just had to be, and I knew it. I could feel it in my bones, so I had my idiot cameraman, another pledge, film me creeping up to do a crab walk in a hoodie and jeans like I was some type of Temu iDubbbz. And then I grasped the package with both hands and yanked it backwards. It exploded. And I don't mean one of those cute glitter bombs that they use now. I mean, it literally exploded. It burned my face and scorched my hoodie, the polyester, right to my skin. No, I was screaming and disoriented in absolute agony. My cameraman, the coward that he was, had already shrieked and ran away. And then they came, leaping out of the bushes, a group of masked men waiting for me to try to steal that package. Now, I was down for the count, suffering from what felt like third-degree burns, but realistically were probably only first-degree. They felt worse, though, as the masked men started kicking and punching me. They were yelling at me for being a thief, a scum, a criminal. They said I was everything wrong with America, that I was ruining the fabric of this goddamn country. All because I tried to steal an Amazon package as part of a fraternity prank. Now, you know what, I firmly grasp it. Honestly, if more Amazon packages were just giant IEDs, I feel like it would make some sense. You're 40 and just celebrated your friend's 40th birthday? That's cool. How was that? I'll be there soon. Oh, there's some drink right here. How am I the oldest right now? Tonight, I've been here. How old are you, Justin? 4? Love my stalker videos, thank you. Hopefully we can get some more in there soon. I did shave most of my hair off years back. Good. What's the best flavor Mountain Dew? Ooh, good question. I like the orange Livewire, I like Code Red, I like Baja Blast. I can't quite remember what the blackout flavor tastes like. Oh, man. I mean, I wouldn't mind having another Livewire. Oh, they are good. I haven't just had like a classic Mountain Dew in forever, you know what I mean? But yeah, Baja Blast was the shit. I kind of wish that it only existed within the Taco Bell confines, because I feel like it almost added a degree of value to actually going there, you know? Voltage. Yeah, maybe I don't really like perp drank. Purple flavored shit just kind of makes me, not sick per se, but not super excited. The White Mountain Dew. Oh yeah, what were those called? Should do a collab with Shiny Gold Tails. His smaller creator, but he actually has good reading voice. Switched over to him since I've seen all your videos. How dare you? No, I'm just kidding. Let's listen to him real quick. Shiny Gold Tails. If he turns out to be AI, we're gonna go crazy. Shiny Gold Tails. 52K ain't nothing to...
intensive care nurse for over 10 years when this happened. I finished my second
Okay, that's
12-hour
definitely
shift at the
someone's real
hospital
voice.
at 4 in the morning. My legs felt heavy
True,
as
I'm
I walked through
a
the
skeleton
parking lot to
astronaut
my
in real
car.
life. I am, yeah.
I drove an older Toyota
Lost all
Camry,
my skin in a
even though I could
freak
afford something
exfoliation
better.
accident.
It still worked, so I didn't bother getting something new.
This guy sounds kind of
The
familiar.
last 3 days at work had been particularly difficult.
He used to do
I dealt
illustration.
with several emergency admissions.
Yeah, it'd be
The
tough
clerk
though.
picked up. I could smell
I always thought it'd be cool if we had like some sort of system where like as you read the story, it like was able to generate all of the illustrations that go along with it as you go. Just sort of like naturally does that. That'd be kind of dope. It sounds like me. I don't know. I don't really hear it. Let me get another Let's Read teaches you how to be human video, please. Yeah, maybe that'll be the next bonus content. I don't even know. I don't even know, bro. I don't even know. I'll have to get to writing some philosophy. Where the hell's Pats? Yeah, where is Pats? He's probably at WrestleMania. And you know what? I can't disagree with them. I was a prick, and I deserved a kicking. And I can't say I deserved the shattered eye socket or the permanent limp or the shattered arm that required a metal rod to hold it together. And maybe that punishment was a bit extreme. But at the time, I did convince myself I deserved it. And the paramedics were called by a neighbor, obviously, long after the masked men had disappeared. But I told them I was jumped by a gang of young people from a rival college, and no, I had no idea who they were, and I preferred that they didn't pursue the crime if possible. And the cops didn't seem all happy to oblige that. Or they seemed all to. And the cops honestly seemed all too happy to oblige. Less work, less paperwork, I guess. And I really did convince myself that I had it coming, and maybe I was right. Maybe I did. But here's the really weird part, though. I went back to that house months later, and I wasn't sure if I'd approach or not, but I decided to just watch from my car for a while. Maybe it had new owners, and maybe this one who I tried to steal the package from. Maybe it had new owners. Maybe this wasn't who I tried to steal the package from. But the people living in the house now were a young family with 2 young kids. None of them seemed like the type to be involved in a violent assault. And so to this day, I don't know if I was targeted by someone related to the household or a group of violent vigilantes who were going after people like me. Now the latter idea is kind of terrifying because it kind of makes me wonder, what if they decided that I haven't changed my ways enough and come after me again? Now I've tried my best. I've tried to be a clean living boy, and one thing's for sure. I did not pursue joining that fraternity after all, and a regular dorm room and weekly chess club is all the excitement I want in my life. Thank you very much. Hello from OZ. Where's OZ? Ozempic Town? If you're a biological male, I don't know, bro. Who cares? Okay. Well, the Ozarks, interesting. Where's that at? Ozempic land. Okay. 2 more stories left, guys. 2 more bangaroonies. Oh, Missouri, okay. Australia. Ozarks, Australia. Did LL Cool J, did that stand for OL or LL Cool Jizz? Limp Laughing Cool Jizz? You would spam but you don't want to get shadow banned? Oh yeah, Tea Time, did you say why you were so excited earlier? I didn't quite follow that storyline. Ladies love Cool James. Oh, that's right. It's nothing to do with jizz at all. How disappointing. Okay. Fix this grammar, but don't change the story. Do you like Taco Bell? I like it. I don't get it ever because it destroys me and makes me fat, but, why do you have to prove you're not AI, Joel? Something I missed last stream? No, it's just kind of being funny, but, like, some people do comment on videos being like, I know this guy's AI, and I don't know, sometimes I think, like, it prompted me to put something in, like, the overlay of the video to say human voice, just to, like, generate comments that people can, like, verify I am human. Wire reports that Kylie Jenner and Timothy Chalamet are breaking up, like, every week, and then they want to have babies, get married, and break up. I guess just to make you pay attention and go see their shitty movies or whatever, buy their shitty makeup. Timothy Chalamet needs to be put in a fucking protein shake. Timothy Chalamet should play Jack Skellington in a live-action Tim Burton Nightmare Before Christmas. More human than human. Oh man, those who say you are AI have never heard you burp on a live stream. Exactly. I gotta have a burp in every episode so they can. But it's just so funny. Like, literally, somebody was like arguing with someone else in the comments about. They're like, "Listen, man, I got a hunch for these kinds of things. I know there's certain tells," and it's like, what tells, dude? What tells are you hearing? I mean, my voice is kind of monotonous in some ways that it could be interpreted as a robotic, but I don't know. I feel like his recognition of AI is not great. Taco Bell, and I had tacos for dinner. Now it's 1:19 in a.m. Pittsburgh, and I'm ready to get leftover taco now. There you go. Your voice has range. Thank you. I'm excited for Scary Movie 6. I am not, honestly. I watched the trailer, and it just looked like, to be honest with you, it looked retarded. It looked not that funny, and not because of anything particular. I just, like, the jokes are like what are they, like, I don't even know. Like, there was no, like, okay, so there was Scary Movie 1. Wait, actually, let's see it. What is Scary Movie What is Scary Movie 6 rated? How is there 5 of them already? Scary Movie 6 is not repealed, however... Oh. Yeah, so Scary Movie 1 in 2000 was rated R. Scary Movie 2 in 2001 was rated R. And then Scary Movie 3, 4, and 5 have all been rated PG-13. And they have been the fucking, like, least funny movies I have ever seen in my life forever. Right? So, like, to somehow, like... Holy shit. 13 years after Scary Movie. That's so... What the fuck? That many? Oh, yeah, I did see Kai Cenat's in that. I mean, even more of a reason for me not to care. Not to put him down. I'm just like... As soon as you start seeing, like, YouTubers in movies, you maybe aside from the Markiplier one, you probably want to avoid it. Because I remember there was, like, Tyler Perry's, like, Boo. Do you remember that shit? And they had, like, a bunch of, like, random YouTubers in it with the clowns, and it was so fucking bad. King Bach. Who knows? Who cares? Wasn't even in the Scary Movie humor when they were fucking new. Yeah, when they were new, it was just like, it was it's like, you know what I mean? It's like raunchy. It's raunchy humor, and I feel like now you just kind of get like cheeky raunchy, so it's like not quite that bad. It's not quite that whatever. It's just sort of like I literally would rather scroll on my phone on Instagram Reels for 3 hours straight, which I regularly do anyways, and get some of the funniest shit I've ever seen over and over and over again than ever go see a fucking, like, modern, like, comedy. I mean, granted, I will say that the more recent Naked Gun, reboot actually was pretty funny, but I don't know. It's tough to have, like, a solid comedy anymore, it seems. Have you seen Iron Lung yet? I have not, though. I heard it was fine, though. You just can't do it with PG-13. You need rated R, so you can have like, you know, bad words, just excessive, messed up shit. You know what I mean? You just need to have that complete freedom to be funny. I believe. Bro, I'm not gay, but your voice is soothing as fuck. Hey, no worries, dude. That's the whole point, baby. Put you to bed. Put you to bed. Have you watched From? I haven't seen From. What's that about? Yeah, grab my strong hand. Grab my strong hand will forever be in my, like, vernacular forever. Whereas, I remember Scary Movie 3, like, I didn't have Charlie Sheen in it, like, multiple times. It was fucking terrible. Yeah, Little Nicky was good. I feel like Little Nicky was more of, like, a grounded comedy. Like, you can definitely do comedy with PG-13, for sure. I just feel like Scary Movies have not done a good job. And then they're doing, like, the pronoun jokes and shit, and it's like, dude, you were supposed to do the pronoun jokes back in, like, 2017, whenever that would actually get you, like, you know what I mean? When it felt like it was cancelable, if that makes sense. Like, to do the pronoun jokes in 2026 when, like, it's already been done to death, you know? Like, who cares at this point? You know what I mean? Like, it's not like challenging anything or whatever. You know, I don't know. You think American Pie will make a comeback? I hope not, honestly. I think they just, listen, they were fine when they were in their 20s, right? We don't need a bunch of, like, what's even the message anymore? It's just, it's like a bygone era that's done its thing. Think of something new. Think of something new. New movies that don't suck or old movies that don't suck. Challenge impossible. Yeah, it's tough. I mean, you do kind of have to go backwards in time. And then our attention spans are, like, so shitty because we're just brain rotted from, like, YouTube and TikTok and Instagram and shit. It's just, like, actually literally mission impossible to make it through anything anymore. Is your favorite comedy genre punching down, especially when it's extremely mean? Yeah, I like that. You know what I mean? But it's not always. I like puns. I like silly goose things, you know? My form of punching up is like to be a little gnome and I'm punching your nuts. You know what I mean? I'm like running through your legs and I reach up and I just punch your nuts real quick. That's my punching up. I think I'm in a simulation often. I just made a Naked Gun reference on another channel and I hear the title here. We are synced. Do you think we will get bored enough of the movies created that we all crave real-life violence like the Gladiator games? Yeah, probably. I think, like, as soon as that's introduced or whatever in some sort of strange dystopian future, we'll probably get used to it pretty quick and just hope that we're not the ones that have to go do it. But that's why I kind of like look at games like the extraction genre with like Arc Raiders and stuff. Like, we're all so used to like being afraid of like losing our kits, you know what I mean? Because it's kind of like gambling. You go in, you could get fucked out of nowhere and lose your shit, or you could win big and get other people's shit. But I think it eventually is just deconditioning our mind to be prepared to do it in real life. The ultimate gambling experience, go out and actually die. People think the same thoughts sometimes. Isn't that crazy? Honestly, for as many memes as I see, and then you see like the sort of joke comment that people leave where they say like, does nobody have a unique experience growing up? And it is kind of strange, like all these very niche experiences get put into meme format and you're like, wow, every one of us are all just living the exact same experience. Like, I used to think that I was the only one that ever went to like a shit throwing festival as a kid, but apparently they do that in all of India. I had no idea. Joe, would you have the better Gunpla than Gunpla channels? One of my friends does collect Gunpla, like the Gundam sort of, like Gunpla's, that's what it is, like collecting Gundams and putting them together in models and that kind of thing. He's really into that. Do you think it's dumb we pay for an $85 video game and still pay for monthly battle passes? Yeah, I mean, for sure. It was when they started introducing those kinds of things and you just didn't get like a base game. It was one of the most miserable experiences ever, that they couldn't just like have a complete game. They introduced some like DLCs with, what's it called, Halo 2 back in the day, where you like actually had to go and buy like a full-on CD, which like get, you know, installed like new maps onto your hard drive or what. It was interesting. But then, yeah, once it got to the point where like everything is just in like monthly subscriptions and that kind of stuff, it's like it just definitively waters down games to the point where I just can't stand live services anymore. I mean, you can play them, you can find some fun in them, but you know for a fact that the game would just be better if you just paid $60 in the beginning and had a shit ton of content for you to just like unlock. Like for some reason, it being free and having to pay like $10 to me is just like so miserable as opposed to a base amount. I'm the dude in the relationship like my mom mentioned. Oh, you're talking to... Is it worth keeping DVDs anymore? I mean, maybe as like a collector's item or something, or if you have a DVD player you want to go back and watch or whatever. Money does mess with things. Yeah, I mean, everything just like once you create that incentive structure and you give these businesses permission to like screw you over, that's all they'll do forever. Like the second that Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out and it's $100, and people know that they can get away with charging you $100, you know it's never going to change. Same with dumbass Nintendo charging like $80 for like the most mid shit you've ever played in your life. That like most literally there's so many like $40, $30 indie titles that are just as good as like any other Nintendo game, and for whatever reason will pay for like, to me there's so many like half consoles. Like, and Nintendo does this shit all the time. They always like release like some half console where it's like, it's a console that we're moving forward, but it's like sort of like an in-between system, you know what I mean, with like slight upgrades. I don't know. I'm just fucking over it. Big Nintendies in the chat. Honestly, it's the one thing of Japan that I just like have no respect for, is that they like sue people into oblivion for using their music or game videos in their stuff, and they're generally like the most like more litigious than the Rothschilds. Like, it's fucking terrible. GTA 6 is going to be near 700 gigabytes. Holy fuck me, that's wild. I've been doing a bunch of VHS and DVD myself before you can watch it on streaming. I mean, having the VHS is kind of cool. Is this Fortnite's fault? I mean, Fortnite definitely motivated a lot of games to go over towards the Battle Royale thing, and I fucking hate Battle Royales. I don't even know why I play Arc Raiders. It's just Battle Royale, but worse. What does litigious mean? It means you just like to go through legal processes to screw people over. They work to, like, litigate is the word. They work to actual death. I'd be suing if my coworker died in the office and then people stole my game he died for. Oh, yeah, I guess so. I don't know. I just found out the Banana Minions song is a parody of Bomb Iran. I have no idea. I have been keeping up with the Minion parody songs. You can't watch certain things unless you own the physical media. Yeah, like what? Alright, I'm a long haul. Okay, here we go. Are you two twitching tonight? Why did you have a following screen graphic? Following screen graphic? You're asking if I stream on Twitch anymore? I do not. No, I think it was just taking up too much internet, and then it was like, you know, nobody was watching over there. Do you think the shark cards on GTA 5 are the reason GTA 6 too long? Or, well, I mean, definitively, if they knew they were going to make that much money on it, I'm sure they know I'm sure you can expect every possible form of monetization to exist within reason on GTA 6. But the weird thing is that I never like fully got to experience what it meant to be like a GTA Online player. Like, I tried it a little bit, and it was just kind of like a buggy mess of existing within an open world with friends, which is like fun, but the idea of the shark cards never made sense to me. I don't know what you do with them. I never felt like all of the like side modes that they made ever had like a good matchmaking that you could like actually fill your lobby. Like, is that how, I've asked this 1,000 times, but is that how it is? Like, when you go to play Car Wars, which was supposed to be the Battle Royale for GTA, like, you just aren't going to be able to fill your lobby to play Car Wars with GTA people? It just seemed like the only thing that people did was like the RPG elements on Twitch and shit, or like, you know, the role-playing stuff. Shark cards are like pay $100 for 8 million GTA bucks. Yeah, but what is it, literally just to like collect things within like the free roam system? Because how is that fucking fun? How is that fun just like rolling around in some cool Lambo car when all it is your friends just get to see it and you don't even get to like, I guess the heists are like popular thing. Your audio is glitching, you might have to reset it. You can glitch H million easy, you can do various stupid mechanics and make that in about an hour or two. Okay. GTA 600 gigabytes is unfounded rumor, by the way. Yeah, that makes sense too. Did I hear that I'm in GTA 6? I did, yeah, I have a whole radio station. Like Tyler, the creator. Twitch is lame. Twitch is pretty fucking lame. Every creator on there is just like really boring. Like all the top one. I mean, I'm sure some of them are nice. I don't mean to put them down, but I don't know. They're all just like this weird circle jerk of like creators, and none of them like each other. All they do is, I don't know. It just seems drama for drama's sake, while simultaneously somehow being like loosely connected to like politics and some weird, it's just fucking stupid and embarrassing. Can you troll players in Grand Theft Auto? I think quite a bit, yes. These days anyway, the old economy 8 million was super hard to legitimately get unless Cockstar finally relented and made it easier. I have no idea. I got his fucking sneeze. Tyler cool too, damn Joel worked with, extra cool. Oh yeah, Tyler's cool. Oh, I thought you meant Tyler 1. Tyler 1's cool. He seems sweet. Do you have to like each other? No, but they're just like, think about it. Like, they're all like mid-20s to like late 30s drama queens about fucking nothing all the time. And a lot of it just stems from because one's like, you don't have the same politics as me. That means I get to be a fucking piece of shit all the time. Like, is that not exhausting? Like, to have like 30-some-year-old men claim that you're not like subordinate to them and like at like some type of war chieftain. Like, fucking die. Do I have to ask, are you still being stalked by that weirdo? Probably, who knows.
Bring it on, weirdos. I don't mind.
No, I do, kind of, but fucking love Taco Bell. Aloha, what's up, Tipsy Gamers? I'm still playing GTA Vice City. I just blow up cars, raise my wanted level, and drive around listening to VCPR. Dude, some of those stations on Vice City were so fucking good. I still listen to the one. Fuck, what was it? I listened to dun 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 dun. Perfect time to be drama queens. Immaturity based on money and popularity. They're just weird. They create like a whole ecosystem for like other people to make channels to comment on it, which has got to be just like, imagine that. Like, imagine like your entire money is just like making money commenting about that ecosphere. Like, what if all those people die? Who are you going to talk about? Is there a black person here? It's a good skit. And who could actually assume that you are AI with this outburst of yap time? I know, it's the most comprehensive yapping AI bot. Have you ever got offended by a movie? I don't really think so. I'm kind of just like used to any sort of like political commentary in the modern era of movies just to being like literally brain-rottedly retarded. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Like, you just don't have any high expectations for anybody in Hollywood to really do. Like, you're not going to get a Stanley Kubrick anymore. It's just going to be, like, logistically impossible. Like, you probably have some really intelligent writers and directors who would love to make some stuff, but I don't know. I just assume, like, from a top-down perspective of funding, like, nothing good is ever going to get made ever again. Unless it's, like, some sort of independent film of sorts. But I mean, to like really, I don't know, that's always been the weirdest thing. The concept of being offended always just seemed really strange to me. It's like, I don't know, just weird. Just like a weird type of like, is it a defense mechanism? Like, is it, well, like how can you hear words and they just They drive, like, it's like a spell upon your mind. Like, how can those words literally drive you onto a degree of such discomfort and
Spike your cortisol.
earlier just sat in the car outside the safe house and listened to the radio. Sometimes it's worth it. What's your five favorite movies, TV shows? I said this before, but I still honestly stand by it. But like Cloud Atlas, Ghost in the Shell, The Fountain, Saving Private Ryan, Gladiator. I don't even know about that. People say about The Shining for the horror movies. It's still good, but I don't really care about The Shining anymore. It's good though. Hugh, mahalo for not forcing us to all become a member to talk with you. Hey, no worries, dude. I have like barely, I don't even know, 400 people probably listening. Like, that's not enough for me to be like exclusive. Sorry guys, you gotta earn it. Room 237. What is it about The Fountain? I just like it, dude. It's just a good movie. Visually cool, like 3 parallel stories going at once. I mean, the same kind of thing happens in Cloud Atlas as well. But it just has like grander themes and like visually appealing elements and just a really cool, like, you know, story that traverses throughout multiple timelines and world. I don't know, it's just cool. I'm a long-haul trucker, proud partner in my 18-wheeler Lucy, and I have been for approximately 18 years. This story I've got to share is from my first few years on the job when I was still a little youngling, excited by everything and not yet world-weary, as they say. I love the CB radio for one, and I'd always have a chat with fellow drivers if anyone was acting particularly talky on a given night. These days, I barely bother to answer it unless I'm really bored because, frankly, most other people are boring as dog crap and I have no interest in what they have to say. Now back then, though, there was this other trucker who'd often be yammering away on the CB, mostly to himself. He went by the name of Boxcar Willie, I guess probably after that singer. Now we didn't use real names, we just had call signs. Mine was effing Ironhide, like the Transformer, but also because I thought that I was a clever bastard calling myself Ironhide when I spent 80% of my working hours sitting on my butt driving that truck. Boxcar Willie isn't hugely important to the story, but he is important, so just bear with me. Now when this all began, me and Boxcar Willie were chatting away about some of the dumbest crap imaginable. Aliens, Bigfoot, chupacabras, all that kind of stuff. And to this day, I don't know if he was screwing with me, but Willie claimed that not only did he believe in all of this stuff, he had evidence of it in the remote trailer he lived in when he wasn't off trucking. Occasionally another trucker would chime in to let me know that Boxcar Willie was full of dog do and he was just winding me up. But Willie played it dead straight. He swore blind that he'd come face to face with Bigfoot one time when he'd had to stop for that hairy fella in the middle of the dark mountain road. But Christ, who knows? Now the point is, all this talk about Bigfoot and cryptids for some reason made me hungry as hell, so when the next rest stop sign lit up, I decided that I was going to pull in and get myself the biggest hot dog man has ever seen, or at least the biggest one, that gay station. Welcome to my gay station. Did Joel say trunkling? Trunking. It's a new form. It's European trucking. We are trunking. Cold Seaman. Is that your Xbox name? Have y'all seen the Imaginarium of Dr. Parnassus? I just rewatched again. It's great. I don't think so. Roulette snacks at the gas station. Hell yeah. Had me on gay station. Room 237 is a documentary about The Shining and what Stanley Kubrick coded into the movie. Needless to say, King and the secret societies weren't too happy. Yeah, I remember watching it one. I think it was, I don't even know what website it was on. I found it probably through like Reddit. But it was, the documentary about like how Kubrick was telling the world that they used him as a form of like faking the moon landing. And honestly, dude, after listening to it and all the symbolism that was in it, if you ever get a chance to watch the Room 237, it is pretty fascinating. Because I don't know. I mean, there's so many people that are convinced that we didn't go to the moon, or that there's some like weird firmament that blocks us from exiting. But that's so many people that would have to be kept in the dark. You know what I mean? Like, that would have to like say that they're part of the project, but it's like what the fuck would NASA be then? Like just fake bullshit and nobody does anything. Like, how could you even create a science around something that you just fake all the time with astronomy and stuff? It just seems like such an insurmountable lie that you could try to pull on people that I don't know. Think Manhattan Project. Yeah, but I mean, I am thinking Manhattan Project. The Manhattan Project was just like, we got to keep this bomb secret. Don't let anybody else find out about it till we fucking blow some people up. And then they blew some people up with it, and they're like, okay, there it is. But like, you basically have to compartmentalize every aspect of the space being fake forever. And then everyone in it has to like believe that space is real, but they've never been there, so they wouldn't know. But like, what about all their jobs, like pressing the boops and the bops and the sloop buttons? Do they? Isn't that important? Would you eat the moon if it was made of spare ribs? There's a skate video game where you skateboard as like a demon who's trying to eat the moon. I played it briefly and it was kind of cool. Operation Northwest JFK stopped a huge false flag event involving Cuba. We had to get rid of them. Why did the moon ring like a bell when they nuked it? I don't know. Some people say the moon is like some sort of thing from Mars or whatever. That it's like a transducer sent here to like monitor us, and I don't know. Maybe it traps. The people say it interacts between Saturn and Moon, and that's how you keep the souls trapped in an endless cycle on Earth or something, so they can't ascend. Who fucking knows, man? All this useless information in my head is worse than trivia. Oh yeah. We absolutely landed on the moon. There's just not a lot we can do there. It's kind of a money pit. Yeah, that makes sense. I think the news broadcasts were faked. We most likely did go into space and got to the moon. The footage is all bunk, though. See, that's what someone else was saying, too, that maybe with Kubrick having to fake the moon landing, it was because whenever we brought the footage back, it was, like, so destroyed by radiation that we had to fake the landing to, like, keep up the idea to the Soviets that, oh, look at us, we went to the moon. Otherwise, everybody would, I don't know, would lose faith or something. Who fucking knows, man? I feel much more inclined to think that we have technology that's like, we can go, take E.T. home type shit, Bro's scared of a little rads. Just a little bit. Question is, what's on the dark side of the moon? I don't know. I remember, I think it might have been a Y-Files episode, or I forget what it was, but they were talking about how the aliens or whatever that lived on Mars that then populated here. I don't know, these like giant sort of not ethereal, but like they call them like the Nordics or whatever, that like they'd use people to like as like slave labor and stuff. I don't fucking know. Just watch Alien Earth. The Kubrick thing is a troll. He thought it was funny and claimed he was involved. Yeah, maybe. Who knows? Who knows? He's dead now, right? Are you familiar with True Stream Media? They rock like your brother. Yeah, I'm not familiar. Didn't India take a picture of the moon landing site? I think that would have been really fucking funny to find out that, like, whenever India went to the moon, that they faked it. You know what I mean? Just, like, of all the people to fake it, it's fucking India. Yeah, we went to the moon. We went there. Dude, you're seriously awesome. Love you could talk so open and so freely. Hey, thanks, bro. I mean, I don't know. To sit, like, that's why I kind of hate Twitch, because all of them have to sit there and just sort of jerk themselves off and make sure that they say the right thing from, like, a weird top-down perspective that adheres to, you know, usually a loosely left-leaning perspective because they're so afraid of the mob. But you know what I mean? I think the mob is dead. I think the mob has died and they don't have as much power as they used to. And, I don't know, it's just like, it's I mean, there's stuff that obviously you gotta hold back on, I suppose, to a degree, but it's just dumb. Have you read The King in Yellow? I have not, no. I've heard good things, though. After seeing Wendigoon cover it, I think I even got the audiobook, but I didn't make it very far, because I just don't listen to audiobooks that much. India going to the moon, having their spaceship crammed like their trains makes me laugh. That is really funny. Dude, India is a scary fucking place. I mean, my friend pointed out, like, I sent this one video of these, because I keep getting on Instagram these videos of them, like, doing weird parkour tricking moves, right? But they're so bad at it that they just, like, do front flips and land on their fucking head or back, and they'll do it in front of, like, a group of people and then, like, land on the people or, like, a little girl and, like, hurt them. And then this one, you know, then it went to this one post where it was, like, two dorky Indian guys just, like, wearing leather jackets like they're in the Matrix. And then they were just doing some weird tricks in front of chicks, like, ooh, yeah, ooh, you know, trying to impress them, like, to almost, like, riz them up, but then the girls just walk away. But then my friend pointed out, like, look at the fucking background. It's, like, dystopian. And it was literally, they were at, like, a boardwalk beach. But then the background, the sky is just smog. Just straight smog. And then the fucking beach. The beach is like there's no water in it. There's no water in whatever body of water they had. It's just like almost all gone. And then it's just like whatever is left during like low tide, when it's just like a muddy fucking mess of dead fish and stuff. That's just like what it looks like forever. And I'm just like, oh my God. It looks like hell on earth. I mean, maybe India is nice. I've never been there, but so much of it just does not look great. And then they just get hit by trains. And I'm like, what is going on? Does nobody have any, like, self-preservation gene in their mind at all? They just, like, do tricks and die, like, non-stop. If you ever come to Hawaii, we have to hook up. We run a page called Hegelian's Dialectic White Rabbit 2. You might recognize the name from here, too. Yeah, we talk about the Hegelian dialectic quite a bit in here. I mean, I'm not like some politically savvy individual by any means, but I certainly don't believe at this point that you know, at least in the United States, that we can have an earnest left versus right paradigm that is not completely controlled and operated by moneyed interests from the top down, right? You know, it's just like, even if at one point there was an honest democratic republic or whatever of the United States of left versus right, it would just easily be hijacked within a short period of time, because, I mean, why wouldn't you if you were incredibly wealthy? I'm incredibly politically savvy. What do you mean? No, I'm not, man. I mean, I being well aware of other people's political savviness, mine is just more nihilistic and kind of like, I don't know, I wouldn't say fatalist, but I just sort of, I don't know shit. There's a Bollywood actor that looks like Al Pacino. Whenever he shows up at a party, it becomes a massive dance number. That's awesome. Do I travel a lot? No. I mean, I've traveled a decent amount of places, but I really should travel more. It makes me appreciate home a lot more. I found a pic of my grandmother from 1987 with this hunky Hawaiian dude in this old photo album yesterday. I was like, what the fuck, Grams? She's long since passed away. God bless her. Go to India. You first, bro. I don't know. I see videos of people and it's like, just looks like most of the rivers are just like filled with trash, and oh my God, it's like people like making you street food with their toenails. There's 100% chance that I go to India and get like the worst stomach bug you could ever imagine of all time. And just imagine, it's like you're in India, but now you have like permanent diarrhea. Like there's just no, like, I'm sure there's a lot of beautiful places there in like hidden regions, but at least superficially, where it seems it's just, you love Indian street food. Are you like the videos, or are you eating it? The stuff where they're like walking on your bread. I'm turning 30 this month. I've been listening to you my whole 20s every night for sleep. Thank you, Josh. Good to see you, bro. I hope you had a good 20s. And happy early birthday. Oh, not eating it, of course, yeah. Why is my 2-year-old awake right next to me, trying to be nosy about what's going on alive? Tell her what's going on and that she needs to go to bed, or I will not give her she won't get to go to school. She's never going to get to go to school ever again. She has to go right to working in the textile factories, selling street food. The point is, all this talk about Bigfoot and cryptids for some reason made me hungry as hell, so when the next rest stop sign lit up, I decided that I was just going to pull in and get myself the biggest hot dog man has ever seen, or at least the biggest one that the gas station sold. And so that's exactly what I did. The dogs had clearly been cooking on that rotisserie, or wait, what's the grill, like the spinning thing? What's the spinning hot dogs? Spinning hot spit roast. They're on the hot dogs on the spit roast. That'd be great. The roller grill. Okay, countertop appliance with several heated rollers. Dude, I never had one of those hot dogs, but they did always look good as a kid. I always wondered if they were just like the same when you came to that gas station 6 months ago, or is that the same hot dog? Is it just like, it's essentially just like waiting to be adopted? Like a fucking bad dog? Wouldn't that be amazing to go into like an Indian gas station and they literally have like a pig on a spit roast just spinning? Like, I'll take that right there. What's my go-to hot dog toppings? Oh, good question.
Conventional mustard, ketchup situation there, but honestly, don't sleep on mayonnaise. Folks, don't sleep on mayonnaise. You're not going to want to miss it with a hot dog. It's really good for your gallbladder. And by that, I mean you're going to have to get it taken out.
So that's exactly what I did. The dogs had clearly been cooking on that spinning grill for way longer than is healthy, and they looked about as appetizing as a shrunken head, but I didn't care. I got 2 of them. Piled them ass high with onions, mustard, and ketchup, and then threw in one of those crushed ice slushies, a huge one, and fumbled my way back to my truck. I pulled out of that rest stop and proudly told Boxcar Willie and whoever else was listening that I just landed the best pair of dogs this side of the Midwest. I may have been exaggerating on that title a little, and weren't they just jealous? Now, of course, Willie had a story about this one time that he'd found a roadside hot dog seller who only appeared once every 10 years or some nonsense. He was entertaining, if nothing else. Biggest liar you ever met who wasn't. Half of your daily calories is that BS. Yeah, just hot dogs and mayonnaise. I wonder when Joel is gonna finally snap. What did I do? I don't even feel like I've even been on the cusp of snapping today. I feel like I've been quite nice. Quite tame. Dude and dudettes, nothing beats letting a giant lunar moth into the 24-hour 7-Eleven one night. My buddy was like, "It's coming in," as he blatantly held the door open to the counter guy bitching. That's funny. Lunar moths are cool, though. How do you feel about rogue planets just shooting around fucking space? Yeah, hopefully we see Planet X soon.
That's where the Anunnaki live.
The calm before the storm. Excuse me, what the hell? He was entertaining, if nothing else. Biggest liar you ever met, who wasn't a politician. Now anyway, my route is pretty straight and clear for the next 100 miles, so I'm feeling pretty safe about munching down on one of my overcooked dogs, wrapped in a bun that was even more disappointingly stale than I'd hoped for. And that's when I heard it. A noise from behind me from inside the trailer. Of course I made the mistake of telling Boxcar Willie, who began to psych me up with tales of cryptids and ghouls who preyed on truckers. Now naturally this was a load of horse manure, but I was unsettled by the sound, if only because I was driving an extremely straight bit of road and I didn't like the idea that some cargo actually came loose. Now after a while the sound stopped and I figured whatever it was had kind of sorted itself out. Now, I forget what I was carrying at the time, but it was kind of a heavy electrical goods situation that couldn't really easily get damaged, so I paid it no mind and carried on driving. And then I heard some more noise from behind me. I listened real hard, but by now I'm convinced that there are footsteps in the back of the trailer. I mentioned this to Willie, who of course has a story of something similar, only this one gets under my skin and actually spooks me. Can't even remember the crap that he shared at the time. Now on top of that, I'd finished my hot dog, drank way too much of my slushie, and I needed to piss. And there was no rest stop for miles, so I pulled onto the shoulder, scanned the darkness for any vehicles. There clearly were none coming for quite a few solid minutes, and got out. I took a piss first. I didn't want to piss. Didn't want to piss. Joel, are you default voice 6 in Kindroid? I wish, dude, but I am not. Let's hear. You know where I can listen to it? I gotta download Kindroid. I wish I had an experience to share on this channel, but at the same time I don't want my life in danger. That's totally fair. But think about the content. Did y'all see that the Loch Ness guy said Nessie wasn't real? What a piece of shit. We should fucking find him. Would you play Dispatch? What's that? Oh my god, I need to lay on a lacrosse ball. No offense, of course. No offense. You look like a person. No offense. Story game I'd like. Let's see. Do you play video games, Justin? I thought you were like a dad and a world-renowned actress. Dispatch. Oh, did he send like superheroes to go fight? Show you in my face. Okay, 1 second. 1 second. I gotta take a picture. Women want me. Fish fear me. Fish want me. Women fear me. Fish want to fuck me. Women want me to turn them into sushi. That's when I lived in Japan. Do any women want you? Dude, probably not. They get one look and they start pissing. Start pissing their panos. Okay, this guy took a piss too. I'll read this part. Alright. I took a piss first. I didn't want to pee myself in fear of whatever might be in that trailer. And then I examined the trailer itself. It was fully locked and sealed in a completely satisfactory manner, really. And the idea that someone had gotten in while I was getting my gross hot dogs was really unlikely. And yet, I pulled open the back doors of the trailer, about to yell gotcha, almost as a joke to myself, and as soon as I started to pull open those doors, they came flying towards me, and I had to leap backwards to avoid getting smacked. An absolutely deranged, elderly woman came leaping out. She was wearing torn-up jeans and an absolutely filthy bra. Nothing else. In her hand, she was gripping an X-Acto. In her hand, she was gripping my X-Acto knife that I kept in the trailer in case I needed to slice through any of the plastic ties that kept boxes in place. And this woman, I swear to God, hissed at me and lunged at me, and with a strength way unexpected for a woman of seemingly her age. She shoved me onto my ass so hard that I had a bruised tailbone for a week, and then she swiped at me with that X-Acto knife, more of a warning than anything else, and disappeared around the side of the cab. Now, I'm not one to get knocked on my butt by anyone, let alone a methed-out granny, so I scrambled to my feet and headed to that cab. Now, instead of being long gone Dijon. Do you like pain inflicted on you? I don't know why. It's just like the series of questions, like, do women like you? To like, do you like pain? Do you like fucking getting hurt? And do you like having glass shoved in your ass, buddy? Oh man, it's okay. It's okay, it's a reasonable question. Instead of being long gone, the old woman was sitting in the driver's seat, munching away on my second hot dog, and a look of pure bliss is on her face. I slammed the driver's side door shut, locked it with the fob from outside, and then called the cops. Thankfully, I did actually have service, and it took them over an hour to show up, during which time I watched as the meth-head grandma ate my hot dog, finished my slushie, and then just fell asleep behind the wheel of my 18-wheeler. And when the cops finally got there, they picked her up. They couldn't get any straight answer out of her about how she gotten into my trailer, and she apparently couldn't even speak English at all. I checked the cargo, and she'd done no damage to anything back there, so when the cops asked if I wanted to press any charges for assault, I just decided against that, so long as they made sure that she got the help that she clearly needed. Plus, I had a deadline to make, and I was already a whole bunch behind schedule. As I finished my delivery, I shared that story with the CB radio, and you can best believe that Boxcar Willie had some kind of bat crap story about a ghostly woman who matched her description. But this time, it was the first time I could see through the fact he was clearly making it up on the fly. His silly ghost stories were nothing compared to the real fear of facing down an unhinged woman being with a sharp weapon, never knowing how they'll react. I hope the old lady got the support she needed. I try not to think about how she got into my trailer, and I'm pretty sure that she must have snuck in when I originally loaded the cargo. Fucking Christ, mate. Do you guys think, like, do you think any different of the speed at which I'm narrating? I forgot to answer. No, I don't really like pain. I mean, I don't think so. I guess I haven't really necessarily been in pain and been like, oh, it's rocks, dude. Keep beating me with a fucking bat. This is awesome. Yeah. I live in Spain without the ass. My eyes are like burning though. Okay. I'm pretty sure she must have snuck in when I originally loaded the cargo, which meant that she'd been back there for a good 6 hours before I caught her. Now, I'm just glad things played out the way they did, and some poor worker... boy at the end station didn't end up taking a blade to the throat. Now, people are strange, scary, and weird, and that's why these days I keep to myself, and instead of spending all my time answering the CB, I've learned to appreciate the solitude that being a trucker allows. Oh yeah, Mom Blue, or do you still have issues with your, like, stomach or whatever? I know you said you were, like, in non-stop pain for a while there. Oh, I guess we do have 2 more stories after this. But yeah, Re-Guy, what the fuck is this? Basically, my channel, I, like, read scary stories, right? But during the live streams, I, like, record it and talk to people about whatever they want to talk about. Wait, where was I? Wrath? Paper. Oh, yeah, here we go. I thought it was two stories ago. Yeah, we're behind. I guess we found more here. Oh. Wait, Conspiracy Queen's here? I have a love-hate relationship with pain. At one point I asked myself, what's the difference between pleasure and pain? They're both just nerve sensations. Just decide if they're good or bad, they're the same. Well, I feel like there's definitely like a definitive sensation of what's like preferable. Most people don't like to have their legs cut off with a chainsaw, but some people really like to, be tickled. Trivia question? Yes. New trivia question. You want a hard one? Make it hard. Okay. Let's see. Here's another extra hard one. What book, published in 1908 by Arthur Machen, is widely believed to have influenced... Oh, wow. Okay, well, this is kind of related to what we talked about earlier, but what book, published in 1908 by Arthur Machen, is widely believed to have influenced much of H.P. Lovecraft's cosmic horror? This feels like AI. Don't worry, I'll prove to you that I am not. How does it feel like AI if I'm live streaming? Like, I actually do wonder, like, how can you come to an AI and feel like, or come to a live stream and feel like AI? I don't know. Does my voice really sound that much like a robot? I'm never gonna beat the robot allegations. The pauses and voice. Yeah, but even as I'm like talking to you and stuff, does it feel like AI? But it's like a live stream. The monotone. Yeah, dude, I don't know. I mean, that's just like, I am who they based AI off of, I think, honestly. I'm a straight up clanker, yeah. I inhaled too much by accident. The House at the Edge of Something. Well, surprisingly, I guess that's a different author, but related to the same thing. Arthur Machen, and it's called The House of Souls. The House of Souls, particularly the story The White People. Kind of funny. What's The White People about? No, I'm not AI. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you for designating that. Appreciate you.
Okay. Well, this story is about spoiler light. At the beginning, two men are discussing what true evil actually means. One of them argues that evil isn't just crimes like murder or theft. Real evil comes from contact with forbidden supernatural forces. The story then shifts into a diary written by a young girl who lived in the countryside. The diary becomes increasingly strange and disturbing as she describes learning secret rituals from a mysterious nurse, exploring ancient woods, hills, and ruins, performing pagan or occult practices, encountering strange beings she calls the White People. The girl writes about things like strange dances in the woods, making charms and magical signs, visiting ancient sites connected to old pagan beliefs, seeing beautiful but disturbing supernatural creatures. The diary reads innocently because the girl doesn't realize how dark the things she's describing actually are. Who the White People are, the story never fully explains them. They seem to be ancient supernatural beings connected to old pagan magic, possible fairy-like creatures but far darker, associated with hidden rituals and secret knowledge. Without giving too much away, the diary ends abruptly and it becomes clear that the girl's involvement with these rituals led to something terrible. Why did H.P. Lovecraft like it? Lovecraft admired the story because it captures something called cosmic dread. Evil isn't always obvious. Ancient forces exist outside human understanding. Curiosity about forbidden knowledge can destroy you. And the world may hide older, stranger realities. I played you for my ex-wife and she said you were AI, and I'm like, he does live streams and he responds to people, we have conversations. Yeah, it's just like scary to me because I'm like, fuck, man, if like everyone's base interpretations of my narration is that I'm AI, it makes me really worried that like there might be a also base sensation within them that's really turned off by the content, right? So like, extrapolating that outwards over time, less and less people will be inclined to subscribe because clankers suck. Russian letters, thank you for the gifted membership to Ella Bella. I read the entire Necronomicon compendium in high school. Someone give me an award. It's all yours. Joel sounds like a sassy AI. Good question. You're actually not wrong when you're thinking this way. In reality, what's actually going on here... I get down with a channel like this subbed. Oh, thank you, Bea. Appreciate you. My 9-year-old daughter loves your stories and voice. Oh, thank you, Lit. Appreciate you. If they aren't intelligent enough to recognize that you're not AI, or at least do the research to figure it out, then honestly, who cares? Yeah, it's true, but it's like a lot of, like, when it comes to entertainment, a lot of entertainment really is about how you can capture the most amount of people with the most minimal amount of thought, right? You know, like, people with, like, high intelligences might go see a Star Wars film as well as, like, someone who drools during the daytime, you know? So, you know, you gotta, like, make sure that that person who passes a quick judgment isn't completely, you know, frustrated by even the sound of your voice. Absolutely no understanding how people came to the conclusion. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the thing is, like I said, back whenever I first started on YouTube over 10 years ago, I was almost about to use my avatar, because everyone had a mask, right? Everyone had like a weird dude with like a mask on as their avatar for creepypastas. And I thought that a really cool one, since people said I sounded like a robot, that at that time too, honestly, is that I could have like kind of a Westworld thing where like somebody's face is coming off and there's robotics underneath. And I almost did that as the avatar. But I'm kind of glad I didn't, because then it would maybe push too far into the AI concept. Joel, have Gladio's voice remind listeners that this is not AI. This is a certified hood beat. I come through AI companion groups. I see people marrying, even having kids with AI. It's all marrying. Yeah, if people are weird. What was your first avatar? Honestly, my first ever one was just like picture of like a bookshelf and then the like letters LR, I think, like on the spines of the books or something. And then it wasn't until I started like reading the creepypastas and science fiction stuff that I went with the astronaut skeleton thing. Pink Panthers. I love Pink Panthers. She's a real babe. Okay. So that was the story of Boxcar Willie. There was also one where a German soldier was trapped in a submarine being terrorized by denizens of an ancient Latian ruin. Oh, that sounds very similar to the Markiplier movie, honestly. There's a Rick and Morty episode about it. Oh, nice. I'm glad you didn't end up like Onision. This is important, not broadcast your whole life online. Yeah, I never really had any interest in that realm. Throw your whole self out there. Westworld mentioned, is it still impossible to stream? Stream Westworld? Where am I from? I'm from the East Coast, Pennsylvania. Okay, guys, we got 2 more stories, a little bit shorter, but I'm gonna go grab some water and come back. You guys be super good. Be nice to each other. I'll BRB. Hello? I'm back, baby. I forgot my water. It's okay.
That's all right. I've survived in the desert with less.
It was a bloodbath, I imagine. Sometimes I do wonder if you or Fry are paying attention. There's some really wrongins that get through, unabated. If you're going to be my right hand men, what would you guys wear if you were part of like the Royal Guard in my quarters? You take a break that's just a tad bit longer. Yeah, we can be right back. Alright, I'm back again. Joel should get a giant hamster water tube with a metal ball you have to push. Oh, yeah, that would be sick. I should just be kept in a fucking cage. Wear purple pointed hats. That would be sick. Honestly, all of my royal guard would be wearing jester outfits so that they could fight for me but also make me giggle. Okay. Man, I'm fucking tired, bro. Being sick is weird. You just feel like so exhausted. Dude, but I don't know. It's been bad. Like, my sleep has been so weird. Like, whenever I finally go to sleep, I swear to God, I only sleep for, like, maximally, like, 2.5 hours, which is part of the reason I got sick in the first place, I think. But then on top of that, it takes me forever to, like, fall back asleep. And I'm just, like, I think I told you, I just don't understand why my sleep has been so bad lately. Anyways. Okay. 2 more stories, a little bit shorter. Yeah, I'm literally patient -1. A red micro bikini. Yeah. That'd actually be sick to have like femme fatale guards and they have to wear micro bikinis. Micro bikinis made out of armor. I actually hit an 8-hour sleep the other day, otherwise basically 1.5 to 2 hours, maybe 4 to 5 hours sesh if I get lucky. That's crazy. Are you really not AI? I do believe, yeah. How many 2 hours of sleep you've been getting? It's not great, man. It's like, I'm lucky to get a total of like over 6. And I don't know what's going on. Like, normally I can sleep like a cat, you know, but like ever since I had that gallbladder issue, it's just sleep has been fucking shitty. And I don't know if it's because of like something I'm taking, you know what I mean? All right, anyways, take some lysine. Am I eating late? I don't think so. CBD oil? Am I in love? No. Oh, what the fuck? It says the content may violate usage policies. What the fuck is said in this story? That's whatever. Could be not have enough vitamin D. Do you think so? I mean, that very well could be, for sure. Is the vitamin D necessary to convert? Let's see. Is vitamin D to help sleep? It's not strictly necessary for sleep, but it can influence sleep quality and circadian rhythm. Vitamin D in the sleep-wake cycle. Low vitamin D is associated with shorter sleep duration, poor sleep quality, more nighttime awakenings, increased risk of insomnia. Damn. That might be it. Vitamin D helps the liver and gallbladder function. Okay, yeah, maybe I'm getting fucked on that. I literally just, like, don't have enough sun. Maybe because you stopped magnesium. But it's weird, dude. I had to like lower my amount of magnesium first because I felt like instead of making me have restful sleep, it was actually like causing me to like jolt awake before bed, which was really weird. The magnesium glycinate. And then I lowered it to the like lowest amount, and then I'll sleep, but then with the magnesium specifically, it would like only make me sleep for, you know, a short period of time and then wake up almost feeling rested in a weird way, but like clearly not. And so I just stopped taking the magnesium, but I don't fucking know, man. It's so annoying. 8 grams of kratom. Yeah, fuck all that, dude. Kratom's terrible for you. Need a cuddle buddy. Okay, yeah, probs. Found this stuff called Alteril that has melatonin and tryptophan stuff that makes you sleep and eat after eating turkey. It was nice for a while. Yeah, I just need to get to bed, like, probably right after this. More creatine. You know, oddly enough, the other night when I took, like, creatine, it did seem to... Let's see. Does creatine help with sleep? Creatine doesn't directly help you sleep. Brain energy and sleep pressure. Creatine increases phosphocreatine in the brain, which regenerates ATP energy. Some studies suggest that can make the brain more resistant to sleep deprivation. What that means in practice, you may feel less tired if you've... Okay, because of that, people have report that creatine makes them feel more alert at night, slightly delays sleep. It can improve cognitive performance with less sleep. Okay. I haven't even... Yeah, it's like... It was weird. I don't know if it's like started because I stopped taking caffeine or stopped drinking caffeine. Because I really don't have any more caffeine since those issues. Your gooch absorbs sunlight 10 times better. That's true. I need to sun my asshole. Alright, anyways. Yeah, probably a brain worm. This happened to my dad back in the 1960s, and he's given me permission to share it with you. He worked as a paperboy for quite a few years back in the days when kids made a decent living hurling papers from their bikes as they cycled past. Dad, however, went that extra mile. He actually stopped at every house and gently placed the paper on the front stoop. It made him a real paper boy. It made him a real popular paper boy, and some Christmas time he'd often... Come Christmas time. It made him a real popular paperboy, and come Christmas time, he'd often find a little thank you card and a tip pinned to the door of some of his deliveries. Now, one woman took a real shine to him, I guess. A real shine, as it was around February, and for the first time ever, this old woman was waiting on the porch for him. She invited him in for a drink and a vague insinuation. She invited him in a vague... I'm inside all goddamn day, so I never see the sun for more than one collective hour. And, like, how's your sleep? Is it, like, fucked, or is it okay? Anybody that has access to weird streaming, click out this movie called Top Dogs with Chuck Norris. You will not regret it. Okay, nice. Okay. She invited him... Oh, my God. She invited him in for a drink and a vague insinuation that there would be a financial reward for following that. Oh, my God. I cannot read people's writing. It's so fucking annoying. Holy shit. She invited him in for a drink and a vague insinuation that there would be a financial reward for following that. No, I think my brain is just broken, honestly, at this point. I read too many fucking words. She invited him in for a drink and a vague insinuation that there would be a financial reward following that, i.e. a tip. And so Dad, the naive little kid he was, followed the older woman into her house and drank some drink with her. Jesus fuck, it's like 9,000 fucking side notes this, side note that, right, that. And so Dad, the naive little kid he was, followed the old woman into her house and drank a drink with her. Now, the next thing he knows, he suddenly is waking up tied to a dining room chair, and the old woman is cavorting. Now, the next thing he knows, he's suddenly waking up tied to a dining room chair, and the old woman is cavorting in front of him, naked as the day she was born, rambling about how she'd been craving a man's touch. Of course, Dad's like 8 years old at this point and totally horrified by everything that's going on. Thankfully, also being an 8-year-old, he's able to squeeze his way out of the pathetic knots that this perverted old hag has tied around him. And so, screaming bloody murder, Dad manages to pull himself free from the naked old woman's dining chair and then basically fling himself from the house, leap onto his bike, and catapult himself through town back to the grocery store that he worked for. And when he got there, the owner took him aside and, a weird turn of events, offered him $10, a hell of a lot of money back then, to keep quiet about the whole ordeal. Now, he promised he wouldn't have to deliver papers to that old woman again as long as he kept quiet and accepted the money. Of course, Dad being the dumb 8-year-old, he just took the deal without a moment's hesitation. It's become something of a family legend now, and the woman passed away not long after, and we never did find out the cause, motive, or twist behind any of it. And we have no idea why she decided my dad would be the perfect male touch for her, and frankly, Winter, thank you for the 32 months. Hello. Joel, please don't be AI. Okay, you got it. I tune in every morning from the UK. I can hardly sleep 4 to 5 hours if I'm lucky. I'm always awake in the morning. I'm in the UK. When you are streaming, don't usually chat, as mostly stream from Xbox. No worries. I really do wonder what it is. People just can't sleep, myself included. I don't know what it is. Like, something just changed. Maybe they changed the frequencies of the earth or some shit. Is anybody else sleeping okay? It's the curse. Makes sense. Could have been the moon. It might have been the moon. It was the blood moon, honestly. We have no idea why she decided my dad would be the perfect male touch for her, and frankly, none of us wanted to know. It's just one of these things. It's just one of those things. There are weird people out there. Be careful, especially of strange old women. The moon is in Gatorade. Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, it could be. Who knows, bro? Who fucking knows? All I know is that, okay, the way I normally would sleep, it's like I would sleep for like a solid 5, right? 5.5, and then be able to go back to sleep for another 3, right? And then if I was, really in the sleepy mood, I could just keep going for like 12 hours. And I don't know what the fuck, but now it just isn't happening anymore. The blood moon with the Joel, I thought it was February 33rd. Zinc and arginine helped me sleep well after I able to fall asleep. I have insomnia most nights, so it works after. Interesting. Living on borrowed time, how come? Do you listen to your own videos to sleep? I've honestly thought about it, lately. I was like, it's kind of like smelling your own farts, I guess, but I was just thinking, maybe that'll be the solution. I've entered old man age. Yeah, but like, it wasn't like this like over a week ago, you know? It's just like something suddenly happened. Is there enough physical, actually? Is there enough sun exposure? I mean, I definitely work out enough, but it might just be the lack of sun. Are dreams another reality or just neural noise? It could be both, who knows? Bible verse Joel 2:31. Let's look it up. Daylight savings is coming too. Yeah. So Joel 31, the sun shall be turned into darkness and the moon into blood before the great and terrible day of the Lord come. I guess so. Do I have a humidifier? No. I think I do, or I used to. I don't even fucking know. You just displace the sleep into another slot of the day rather than it being all at once. Yeah, it's just... It used to be able to do it like all at once, so it's just bimbalation. 69, yeah. Oh, I'm tired, bro. But like not tired enough, I guess. Is deep sleep a form of temporary non-existence? Sleep is the cousin of death. I don't know, there's something going on in the body that seems to rebuild itself and repair in the process of deep sleep. But it is kind of strange because, dude, I'm not joking when I say like those 3 hours, right? That like I sleep before I wake up. I swear to God, I'm like getting all of my REM sleep in that amount of 3 hours to the point where I wake up and I'm like, oh, okay. And then I look at the clock and I'm like, I have been not asleep at all. But it feels like I get all this like deep sleep in a really short period of time. Was it like 50 degrees Fahrenheit down there in PA earlier today? There might be nice up here. Yeah, it's supposed to be nice tomorrow or the next day. Fall, spring weather. Oh my God, yeah. I don't know, man. I'm fucking annoyed. It's like I blow my fucking nose and like literally there's not even anything in there. It's just it's like stuck in some fucking traffic jam somewhere in my sinus. I have no idea where. Is it lagging for anyone else? I don't think so. Look at times I'll be in Holland with all the damn clogs. Yeah, okay. So something absolutely insane happened to me the other day, and I don't know who else to tell other than the cops, obviously, which I haven't done, and I hope you'll understand why. It was like 10 p.m. and I was just hanging out at home alone. My girlfriend was studying, so she wasn't over that night, and I heard a crash from outside and just kind of dismissed it as being the usual neighborhood crap. And then there was a knock at the door. I was a bit unsettled, obviously. I don't live in the safest neighborhood in the world, and so I looked through the peephole, and there's a pizza delivery guy standing there wearing what is clearly the uniform of a very famous pizza delivery brand. I can see over his shoulder that he has a branded delivery van as well, so okay, cool, seems pretty safe. But I didn't order pizza. Maybe my girlfriend did as a sort of treat, so I opened the door to the guy and began to explain to him that I didn't order that myself. Was there maybe some kind of note? Was it definitely the right address, etc.? Now the guy just looks at me, removes the hot pizza from his bag, and then hurls the entire pie straight in my face. Now, it would have been comical if not for the fact it was searing hot. There was melted lava cheese running down my face, and I was suddenly freaking out in fight or flight mode due to the unexpected sudden assault. and I tried to mumble what the F through the pizza that's now dripping off my face and reach up to try and wipe the hot cheese out of my eyes. And that's when the delivery driver aims a swift, hefty kick straight between my legs, kicking me square in the nuts. Now, naturally, I doubled over in absolute agony, which at least had the bonus effect of causing any remnant pizza to droop off my face. And I'm just there gasping for air, gripping the side of the door, suddenly convinced that this lunatic driver, as some kind of pizza-based serial killer, is going to plunge a knife deep into my chest. Now, I tried to mumble and ask what the hell was going on, and then I distinctly and clearly hear this pizza guy, who I swear to God sounds like that acne-ridden teen from The Simpsons, go, "This is for my mother, you scum-suck psycho." I'm just absolutely floored. I have no idea who this guy is, or who his mother is, or what I've done to her. Possibilities start running through my head, but I barely have time to consider them when he sort of croaks and squeaks and then says, Oh, I'm so sorry. I've come to this wrong address. I'm so sorry." I managed to look up through tears of pain to see him run through my yard and leap into his very clearly branded pizza delivery car. And then he drives away at full speed. And that's when I realized that the crash I heard from earlier was this delivery psycho driving over my mailbox. And so I went inside and cleaned myself up and thankfully realized that I haven't suffered any serious damage from the scalding pizza to my face. And so naturally the first thing I do is call up my local pizza place that had that name and ask them if they had a delivery driver in the area. Apparently they'd been expecting my call because the girl in the other end of the line, who sounds like a pretty young person herself, suddenly starts begging me not to call the cops and apologizing over and over, saying that if I knew the full story, I'd understand. Now I asked the girl to tell me the full story and she just said she can't. But I promised not to call the cops. Yeah, thank God it wasn't a deep dash. But if I promise not to call the cops, my next 3 pizzas will be free, and then I can order another free pizza every 6 months. And I genuinely weighed the option. It would be insane to take them up. It would be insane to take them up on that offer, right? But I'm a broke college student at the time. No harm, no foul, But I'm a broke college student at the time. No harm was done. I have a funny story to tell friends, and I'm getting multiple free pizzas out of this deal. Plus, if someone has screwed with my mom in the way that was serious enough to cause this guy to act like this, I guess I can probably sympathize. And so I didn't call the cops, and I took them up on that offer of the free pizzas. And the first one arrived tonight, and do you think I did the right thing? And so I didn't call the cops, and I took them up on the offer of the free pizzas. The first one arrived tonight. Do you think I did the right thing? I guess I'm just kind of easily bought. Only know one person who likes deep dish. I know everyone who likes deep dish. And they are me, myself, and Irene. Okay. Sipping a 40. Jay's got done playing some horror game first off as well. Let's go, baby. What horror game are you playing? Alright, I gotta read the outro, guys. I'm tired as fuck. I'm sick as fuck. And that's fine. At least I'm not dead. Or injured or maimed or anything in between. Isn't a deep dish just a lasagna with crust? Pretty much, dude. They're fucking good. I'm beyond convinced the story made rounds. Joel will always do it better, so don't take this as a complaint. Just point something out. Yeah, maybe it's someone else read it. I don't know. Oh, shitskis. But yeah, guys, thanks for hanging out. We'll read this outro. We'll get you out of here. But before you go, someone, please think of something funny for me to say for the outro. And if anyone says I'm AI in the comments, please let them know. Kindly let them know, but just let them know. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday night at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams every Sunday and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and maybe even hear your story featured on the next video. Now, if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations, located anywhere you listen to podcasts. I also have a true crime channel called Saturn Soul. You should check it out. All links in the descriptions below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, yeah, can AI do a fart noise? That'd actually be good. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, can AI do this? Damned if you do, damned if you don't. So don't just don't. If you're skiing through a revolving door, make sure to score the sides for safety. How long you been with her? What? Been withering away. Alright, guys. I think that was perfect. Love you guys, appreciate you. I might be back streaming this weekend, since it's now Wednesday going into Thursday. The new video, we'll get the audio up on Patreon first over there. It's only $1 a month for early access. And then we'll get it up over on YouTube, same time, same place, 9 p.m. EST. Otherwise, follow me on my Instagram at letsread.official to be kept up to date when I go live. And, yeah, keep it cheesy, y'all. We gotta end this poll, don't we? What do we finish with? People who love Taco Bell. 72% yes, 28% will be banned. But yeah, you guys be well. Like I said, I'll be back probably streaming this weekend to do some bonus content maybe, so be sure to hit that notification bell. I'll be up to date when I go live. Otherwise, guys, I'll talk to you soon. Love you, appreciate you. Goodbye.